Hello, hello, hello everyone! Are we able to hear me? Are we able to see? Is everything working? Is anything awful? If it is, let me know. Hi Gunhub, hi Tin Man, hi Surprising. I'm pretty good, thank you Gunhub. Really liking this new controller. Just spent the last 3 hours playing DBD with my boyfriend to test it out and was having a much smoother time. It was working so much better. All my controls and inputs, look how smooth and clean the movement is now. It's not all up, down, left, right, and nothing in between. It's so much better. So, I figured, why not come and do some Mule grinding? Because I just put out today's video, with us hunting some trophies here on a ski. Thank you, Gunhub, you've seen the video. And I was feeling playing some more Call of the Wild, seeing as I've just come off of DBD. We will try another DBD stream at another time, but I'm actually feeling like it's time to grind some muleys, so let's try that out. I've also just noticed, funny enough, that the D-pad on this controller is actually a circle. It's actually circular. It's all really soft and really buttery smooth with all the buttons. So yeah, it feels much nicer. I was able to put in all the inputs in DBD, no problems at all. So it should be just as good for Call of the Wild. Hello Blue, nice to see you. Hi Emil. Hello Emil, I have a question. How many kills did you need to manage to spawn the red foxes? The Great One red foxes? So I don't count kills on Great One grinds anymore. I stopped, I think, after my second moose. Just because I find that it adds more, stress on me when I count kills for a grind. Because then I'm, comparing my grind numbers to other people's. But the first grind I would estimate was maybe 200-300 kills. I don't know, really, really short. The second grind I would say was in the thousands, maybe between 1,000 and 2,000. Because I actually went from Salzwiesen, two very similar maps. I went from Salzwiesen to Emerald Coast for a bit, and then from Emerald Coast over to Salzwiesen again. And then the second one spawned. And then the third one was a medium grind, so it was also I don't know, maybe 800 kills, maybe 1,000, I don't know, decent length. Hi Wolfwalker and hi Stubby Wubby. So hopefully, my shots won't be so bad today, because it's just so much easier to get on target, but saying that, I don't know if I want to shoot that one or not. We'll leave him there for now. But, yeah, saying that, and then I missed that shot. But either way, it's much easier now. So, really, really pleased. Hi, RW. How's it going? How's it going? And you must tell me, chat, if my volume is low or anything like that, let me know and we'll try and adjust it. Because I had a couple of people say after the last stream that my volume was kind of low, but we were also having so many issues and stuff that it was all a bit chaotic. So if anything sounds really, really quiet, really, really loud, do let me know and we will try and fix it on the fly. Got a thing today. Your new scope for your 243. Yeah, I saw Gunhub. It looks really nice. Very clean. I definitely like the look of it. Hopefully it serves you really well. You're afraid of the fox because one of your friends needed 12,000 kills and the other one's 15k in the fox? Well, okay. So, with Great Ones, you never know when one is gonna show up. Even if, you're using herd management and, all the techniques that you can to try and be as efficient and get one to spawn as quickly as possible. You never know if one is going to take a really, really long time or whether you'll get really lucky and get one, super quick. For example, yesterday in Flinter's Classic stream, someone asked Flinter, hey, which Great One should I go and grind over in Call of the Wild? And Flinter said, why don't you go and do Fox? And I think that they said 48 kills into that grind during the stream, they actually had a Great One Red Fox spawn. They fabled Licorice. So, if that doesn't just, like, show you how quick sometimes they can pop up, I don't know what else will. Like, sometimes it can just be really, really quick. Hi, Cryptic. Thank you so, so much. I really appreciate it. Hopefully we'll get something good today. Tin Man, thank you so much for the 5 gifted memberships. Thank you so, so much. Oh, that is amazing. Thank you. You are so very kind. I really, really do appreciate it so very much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You're amazing, Tin Man. You've given out so many subs. Thank you so, so much. Well, not subs. Memberships. I'm so used to it being, like, over on Twitch and watching people, like, gift out subs on there, that I still call the memberships on YouTube subs. It looks nice in person as well. It's a 4 to 12 times 40. Nice. Gunhub. Very nice. Excuse me. No. I don't want you to leave. We would like you to get the dead, and ideally that one as well. There we go. Like, see how much quicker I can move from one animal to the next now, without having to, like, really fight to get the crosshairs where I want them. It's so good. It's so good. Hi, Matt. Yeah, so I will always post in Discord when I'm going live, and any videos that I post, I always post them in Discord. It's funny, I always feel, like, shy about posting my own content in my own Discord, which is so silly, but even now, especially if it's multiple pings in one day, I get really nervous. Oh my goodness, hi, Krisky! Hi! Oh my gosh, it's so good to see you. Thank you so much for coming over to say hi. And hi, Jumbra. Good evening, good evening. How are you both doing? Great to see you both. Oh gosh. Thank you, Gunhub, for the Discord link. Hopefully that still works. I know a few people have been having issues with their Discord links since Discord had its massive issues the other day. So hopefully that all works. And hopefully we get something today. Hopefully. We'll see if the mule deer behave. But it's going to be a lot easier for me to actually even grind them with the controller being better. So hopefully we'll have a better time in general today. I'm feeling really positive, because it's just really nice, this controller. It's got buttons on the back, which, this is a brand of controller I've had before, but it didn't have buttons on the back. This one has buttons on the back. It's really unusual, and I'm not quite sure why they're there, but we'll work it out, Blue, don't worry about pings. You can take a 9-hour nap and get one notification from, like, Pinterest or whatever. I mean, true. Well, good afternoon then, Matt. You're a bit mentally drained from work, Jumber, otherwise good. Well, hopefully this will be a nice chill stream, and hopefully it will help you to relax after work. And just some nice chill vibes. We have a lot of small males here again. A lot of small ones here again. We've got a 3 there and a 3 there, which we'll try and get. If we get time, we'll try and take maybe another 1 or 2 of these. Like, whichever I get a shot at, maybe. I mean, we've got some really small ones that spawned here. You finally joined the Discord, Tin Man? Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. The Discord is a nice chill place. We keep it nice and chill. Have a laugh. It's very relaxed. So it's a good place to hang out. Bought the new pump action rifle that Flint covered. Guess can try it on small game. Oh yes. I still need to try the new guns. I'm so sorry. Like, I was so desperate to get a video out. I wanted to have a video out for anybody that like hasn't seen the streams and stuff, just to be able to say, like, hey, streams are a thing now. and in general content will be, you know, back. So I wanted to get that video out today, and so I was a little bit busy just trying to focus really on getting kills as opposed to trying the new rifles out. The new control solved all the problems of the old one? Yeah, 100%. Like, I don't know if you guys can see the difference, but I can feel it. Like, how quick I can move my crosshairs. And like I said, I just spent about 3 hours on DVD with my boyfriend. I basically wanted to not only spend some time with him, of course, but I figured it'd be a good opportunity for me to test the controller and see if it was having any of the same sort of issues as the other one. None at all. Absolutely none of the problems I was having before. It was just perfect. And we had some really, really good games as well, so it was really nice. And then, like I said, felt like playing some more Call of the Wild, because after we played DVD, then I like recorded the audio for the video that's just gone live, and then I was just in a Call of the Wild mood. So we're back here on the Mule grind. You're gonna go. See you later. Take care, RW. I hope you have a great day, great evening, whatever, like, time and stuff it is where you are. Also, the buttons on the back do different things in Call of the Wild as well, like, this one crouches. Ooh, okay. We might have to experiment with that. I've not had, like, extra buttons on a controller before. That's really unusual. Ooh. It's very strange compared to, like, what I'm used to. But maybe that'll come in handy for things, because they're, like, right on the inside of, like, where you hold the controller, so that might make, like, certain things a little bit easier. Interesting. But I also posted a little video of this controller in Discord, because when I bought it, like, I could see it was blue with, like, stripes, coloured stripes, but they changed colour. Like, constantly the whole time the controller's plugged in. So I've got, like, this rainbow of colours in my hands, which is so pretty. And I didn't know that's exactly what it was going to be, so got a Mel famous controller. Yeah, proper, like, RGB controller, and I didn't know that that's really what I was getting. But I really like it. It's so pretty. Hi, Luke. Hi. Yes, I am live. We're going to be here for a few hours. I'd imagine until at least midnight, so we'll be here a while, and we'll see what we can get here on the Mule grind. Hopefully something today, but who knows? Who knows? But at least we know that they're in a better, like, condition for grinding than they were when we started last stream for these guys, because we managed to fix that zone with that last stream that we did. So hopefully we won't have any more level 5s hiding from us and making all our respawns really small, which is always a plus. Ooh, that's a nice 4. Wait a minute, what was the estimate on that? That was a pretty decent one. For a second there, I thought that was 334 as a level 4, and I was like, excuse me? No, I'll let you go for now. Where'd the big one go? Okay, so there's a 3 there I want to take as well, but most importantly. And then that's the small ones. That's a 3, so we'll try and get that. Hopefully it'll slow to a trot and stop bouncing away. No, bounced all the way out of render. That is fine. And then that's a 2. I'm going to shoot that. Because we've got too many 2s, I think, on the map at the minute. Because of, like I said, that level 5 that was about. So, yeah, we've ended up with more 2s than normal. And that's why everything was a little bit screwed up, but we can do our best to fix it today, and who knows, that might encourage something to spawn. You can move your tripod around, right? You need it to face the lake so you can take out some deer? Yeah, you can move your tripod however you need to. You pinned Mel Famous to your clipboard so you don't need to type it. Oh my gosh. Blue and Gunhub both doing that. Crazy. Crazy people. Like, yeah, so we've got a lot of, like, really, really little bucks in some of our good zones. So, like I said, we will take a few of those out in places today. So normally I wouldn't advise shooting, like, the really small bucks like this, with the 105 to 140 estimate or lower for weight. Ooh, there. But, yeah, because we've ended up with too many, that's why I'm taking out a few, just in case anyone gets confused. I know that that's a question that crops up quite a lot. There's that 3. Let's see if we can get him. That was just in front of him. There we go. He's hit. That's all we need. That's all we need is a hit. Or where was he? Hopefully that. Please be okay. I didn't realise the hunting pressure was quite as bright there. I imagine it'll, if that's this zone... Okay, it's fine. Yeah, I was going to say, I imagine if this zone moves, that it wouldn't move too far anyway. Hi, Great One Hunter, how are you? Good to see you. How's it going? Any new Great Ones lately? I'm sure you've been killing a lot. I think I've seen a few of your mule deer posted. I am so behind with the muleys. We gotta get it all caught up. But we will get there, we will get there. It's just gonna take a little bit of time, especially with the way things have been. Yeah, it's because there was some wolves here, Matt, last stream. Actually got attacked by a legendary right here. Unfortunately ended up trolling, but there was a legendary that came down from the mountain up here and then attacked us, so that's why there's a little bit of extra hunting pressure. Might pop over to, like, I don't know, some bison or something, just in between this run and the next run, just to kill some stuff to clear some pressure. It'll literally be like a 5-minute expedition to a different part of the map. You're lucky. You have one of your favourite mule deer combos, and Great Ones don't like existing for you. Oh, I'm so sorry. It can be a struggle. As much time as I, like, put in with grinds and stuff, I can fully appreciate, like, when Great Ones aren't showing up. The moose will forever stick with me. The first moose grind will forever stick with me. No mule deer, number 13. Not yet spawned, 1,300 kills. You miss any more? Heart, Rack, and Dusky Drift. Okay, so it sounds like you're doing pretty good then with them. Very, very nice, Great One Hunter. I'm very jealous. Very, very jealous. Hopefully I can catch up a little bit soon. Gonna have, think when you're able, play Call of the Wild again on PC. You're gonna hunt for the things you're missing and then probably do another fallow grind for hopefully a combo you like more. That sounds like a plan. So, if you didn't see today's video, spoiler alert, I'm only missing 1 ASCII Ridge Diamond now. And they do not seem to exist, as far as I'm concerned. The biggest I've seen for them is a level 4. And I just cannot find a max level to save my life at the minute. But we will persevere. So that means that there is currently a total of 2 diamonds in the game that I'm missing. Those being, of course, the one off of ASCII, which, spoiler alert if you haven't seen today's video, the one that we are still missing from ASCII is the Snow Goose. So we're going to be trying to get a Snow Goose diamond at some point. Well, whenever I'm in multiplayer, that's one of the things I'm going to be hunting for is a diamond Snow Goose. And then, of course, we will be back to missing just 1 diamond in the Hunt of Call of the Wild. Who knows for how long, because at this rate it's been years. And that is the ever-fabled Mountain Hare diamond. One day we will persevere, I swear. It's so frustrating because it's not like I don't find mule deer. That was a really loud bird. It's mule deer. mountain hare. It's not like I don't find them when I'm hunting them. I find loads. And I even find a good amount of max weight estimate females. But do I ever find level 3s or a level 2 that will make it? Never. It is literally my nemesis. And it's such a... I don't know. It's a frustrating species to be missing, because obviously they've not got drink time and stuff, so it is just a case of wandering around. But not only that, they're on one map, and they're spread across the entire map. It's not like they're just on the top of Revontuli or the bottom, it's the entire map. Tin Man, oh my gosh! Thank you so much again for another 5 gifted memberships. Oh my goodness, Tin Man. You are unbelievably kind. That is so insane. Thank you so much. Oh, all my shots are terrible there because I started walking. That's the thing with controller, right? Sometimes when you press one of the buttons to like fire and stuff, it ends up making you walk forward, and that's exactly what happened there. Managed to get a shot on one of the small ones, not the other one. Not a major problem. They're 2 level 2s that I just want to take out, so doesn't matter that we only got one of them. We'll get the other one next time. But yeah, that's a thing that happens quite a lot on controller. I thought I would have been able to get that second shot in there, but not quite, not quite. You're really happy I started live streaming Great One Hunter? Thank you so much. It's been a nerve-wracking process starting doing this, but I am having fun. And especially with stuff like this for grinding, I think it may, like, I may as well be live while I'm doing it. Because if I wasn't sat here live, I would just be sat here, like, with music on, vibing to music. So, at least this way I get to sort of, like, make content, and there's the potential of, like, catching a live reaction. There's, like, you know, a few sort of added bonuses to doing this live, so fingers crossed that we will actually get a great one. And, yeah, hopefully, lots of streams to come. I really like being able to do it. You deserve it, Mel. I've watched you for years. You're an amazing person too, man. You are far too kind. You're an amazing person. Goodness me. You're amazing. And you're so extremely kind and extremely generous, and I can't say thank you enough. So, just thank you. Thank you for everything you do. You are fantastic. Amazing. You're gonna do the mule day grind also, Luke? Good luck. Hope you get something. Maybe you'll get one before us. Probably. Level 3 there that we can kill. I was not bothering with these so much, but today we're gonna hit them hard, I think. I'm feeling like killing a lot of things. I'm a little bit, trigger happy with the new controller, I think. Got Mel's gaming live streams before GTA 6, crazy. Yeah, I guess so. Danny, nerd. Hi, Danny. Graves, you saw a diamond potential level 4 bighorn earlier on multiplayer. Reset time to bring it back to the zone, it just vanished. Waited literally 2 hours IRL for it and it never showed back up. See, what I do, if I have an animal that I spook from a need zone, good example of this actually, the dusky grouse that was in today's video, the level 3. When I first saw it, I took a little bit longer of a shot, and because I was having all the struggles with my crosshairs, I kind of forgot to factor in the not as accurate as I normally am. And I actually did spook it from the feed zone that it was in. And it took, I think, probably 15 to 20 time resets to get it back in place. That's sometimes a thing on multiplayer. Sometimes even single player things are being like that. But with multiplayer, of course, because you can't just like exit out to get things to not be nervous. in multiplayer, if I have an animal that won't come back to its zone, generally what I will do is, like, change the time to, like, after their time for a bit, and then, like, before the time, and then, like, just before the end of that zone time. Then I'll put it at that time, and then go and see if it's in the zone. And eventually that worked for the dusky grouse. I've had to use that trick a few times in multiplayer. It's almost like you've got to cycle through a couple of days before they stop being nervous and go back to their zone. So it can be annoying, and especially if you've not got, like, tons of money. It's a lot of money for resets, but it works. Got Mel streaming before Ultimate Hunting. I have so much hope still for Ultimate Hunting. I really, really want Ultimate Hunting to come out. I know we haven't heard anything in ages because I keep up with it. And I would really, 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 really like that game to come out. So, if it does come out, guaranteed we're making content on it. We'll also be making content, by the way, on Hunting Sim 3 when it comes out. I'm actually really excited for that. The models and everything look a lot better. Basically any hunting game we'll try out. Anything like that we'll try out and do streams and stuff on now. How's it going, Gecko Lady? It's going good. It's going really good. I am having a good time. Much better now with this new controller. And I was feeling like mule deer grinding, so I figured we would pick back up the pace with streaming after the last 2 streams kind of went a little bit sideways. So I figured we'd pick back up the pace today with the brand new controller because it feels so good, and see if we can get anything. But tomorrow I don't know if I'll stream. We'll see. We'll see. I've got a doctor's appointment, blood tests. And blood tests, for me, it's not simple. Me and my mum, they refer to us as, like, getting blood out of a stone. We are not easy to get blood out of for some reason. So, it's normally many attempts and lots of pain. So, we'll see how I feel after that. And if I feel good, then we'll stream. If I'm not feeling so good, then maybe I'll do recording instead. A couple of nice level 4 bighorn passing by. Hello, Muleys. Are you all small ones again? Because I think you might be. And if so, we'll take the biggest of you, which is probably those 2. We do have a couple of tiny level 1s here. We have a pair of level 1s. You would have tracked it, but it ghosted you. Yeah, I find that on multiplayer tracks can be like that, especially with birds. There's one coming out soon that's fully based on hunting birds. Ooh, that sounds right up my street. Like that kind of thing. Right, so we're going to take that one that's in the back first. That is not what I wanted to happen. I hit him in the spine, trying to hit the other one. Oh well. We'll get him next time as well. I wonder if that was a hitbox thing, because I felt like that should have gone over his back. Hi Jets Gaming, how you doing? Tin Man, gotta go get your son from school. Have a great stream. Thank you so much, Tin Man, once again, for all your amazing support. You are so very kind and so very generous. I hope you have an amazing day. One does not simply draw blood from the Mel famous one. Apparently not. I think the record number of attempts I've had is 8 or 9 in one go. I've had it, like, out of my hands, like, inside of my elbows, inside of, like, they've tried to get blood from, like, my wrist arteries and stuff before. It's never fun trying to get blood out of me. They have even suggested a couple of times trying to take it out of foot veins, which apparently is, like, the most painful place to do it. And I just kind of have to sit there and hope for the best. What did we hit? We did hit 2. Now I'm confused. Am I just I'm not sure what happened. So, oh look, this is what, it was a hitbox thing, right? Look. So I was trying to shoot over the top of this guy to hit the deer behind him. And look at that for a crazy hitbox. Yes, we definitely shot that deer. Like, it's so... Like, if you zoom in, it doesn't even fit in there. Wow. And then got him in the intestines. So, which is the other deer that we hit then? Did we actually hit the other buck as well? I'm so confused as to how that happened. Because there was 2 sets of blood, was there not? Hold on. Am I done? Or was it 1 set of blood? Oh, I don't even know now. I was looking at chat and I got confused. Dog says that there's no blood. So I guess we did just hit the 1. That was so weird that it threw me off completely. Hitbox issues. Are they vampires? Why that much blood? None comes out, Blue. I just end up having needle after needle after needle put into me with them trying to find veins. And the worst is when they wiggle it around. Like, they put the needle in, and then they can feel the vein there, and they can't get the needle into it, so they're wiggling the needle. Oh my gosh. It hurts so bad. Especially the last blood test I had was just after I came out of hospital. Or they tried anyway. And it was in the top of my right hand. I still have a mark from it. Super easy to draw blood from the armpit. Super dangerous though. Yeah, I can imagine, because bacteria is just more there naturally. Part of the body. Yeah, I can imagine. You have to get a TB blood test Monday, because the elephants at work have TB. Oh gosh. I hope that's all clear. That's scary. TB is not nice. Do I know Ron? Ron with Tube? Yeah, he's also from the UK and does cool all our videos. Yeah, I know Ron. He's another official content creator. So we've spoken a few times. I don't, like, necessarily know him really well, but we've spoken a few times. I definitely know, like, who he is. Really like to get that bark. He had a doe in front of him, and I was hoping the doe would flee before him. That's really unfortunate. Oh well. Bad placement because of that doe. Super vital artery, learned from about it in a prison documentary? Oh gosh. Hi Teak. Yes, we are talking about the elephants in the room. Also, hello Queen Mel. I don't think I'm Queen Mel. I'm just Mel. Just Mel the nerd. Just Mel the nerd. Nerding out about nerdy things. And hopefully trying to get, you know, cool looking deer to show up. Couldn't find a vein in Vegas for you, Matt? Or, yeah. It's not fun when they can't get blood out of you. Hello, Just Mel. Still remember the last time you had blood drawn, was able to feel the needle the whole time. It was awful. Yeah, no, I'm the same. I never used to be funny about blood, and then I had a blood test in a hospital. They thought it was something to do with my kidneys. I don't know. I was in a lot of pain. It was when I was a lot younger. And I remember they took the blood, and I used to be able to just, like, sit and watch them take the blood, no problem. And I did exactly that. Watched it come out and everything, and then my hearing just completely disappeared. And I could see, like, the doctor's mouth moving and my dad's mouth moving, because he was there with me. And I couldn't hear anything. And so I sort of, like, gestured, like, hey, I can't hear you anymore. Why can't I hear anything? And they made me go and lie down on the bed. And apparently it was because I was, like, on the verge of passing out. And since, I've had a couple of experiences like that. Like, when I was in hospital with sepsis. And yeah, it's definitely, like, you're on that edge of passing out, but not quite there. And I can see there's some more messages in chat. Give me a second and we'll get to those. Smoked. Nice. All hail Queen Mel. How's the controller feel now that I've been using it for a bit? This is a new controller now, I bought a new one to come today, and thankfully it came sort of just beginning of this afternoon. I just spent about 3 hours on DVD with my boyfriend testing it out, and absolutely no problems at all. Easy to press. All the buttons, everything is responsive. Like, you can see how smoothly I can move the control sticks and stuff. It's a lot better. Missed the vein, freaked out. Doctor comes in, he's like, sorry, she's new. Doctor gave you a rookie? Yeah, I've had a couple instances like that. Last time you had blood taken for donations, the phlebotomist said how your veins are the size of third world countries. So, like, I donate relatively quickly when blood draws happen. Oh my gosh. I kind of wish mine was like that and not... Like, I just hate the in and out process of the needle. That's what gets to me, is, like, when it actually goes in and then when it comes back out. Let's go... What's going to be really easy? Probably some Manitoban elk up here. We'll just shoot a few balls just to clear some hunting pressure. I was thinking what I was gonna shoot, just because there is that little bit of extra hunting pressure on that one lake, and I would like to clear it. And then when a nurse came to you, you had a blood test done, nurse jabbed it, and was not aware of how quickly you were filling the vials. Oh no! Yeah, that lightheaded feeling is awful. Gosh. Goodness. Where is the bed? There it is. Clarify 4 of your 14 Ellies came to you with TB from a circus. Oh, bless. The others, they're in their own herd, and the others have been exposed in their lives, but low chance of spread. Well, that's good at least. I don't know how TB affects elephants, if I'm honest. I don't know if it's really drastic for them. You were fine. Hold hand, and then she looked at you and was like, oh, you're slouching sideways on the chair? Oh my gosh. You poor thing, Teak. That's horrible. Is there actually any males here that are worth... Well, there's one. Like, see how much easier we can shoot things now? Like, I promise, it wasn't just me being bad, it was the controller. We'll also kill that bear, because why not? If he stands up or turns around. So much easier. So much easier. Oh really, Danny? I bet it, yeah, it must be quite different. I can't say I've ever heard of TB in, I was going to say in bears, but in elephants specifically. Obviously, hear about it all the time in the UK with, like, badgers, cows, even deer, but not, obviously elephants. I almost thought I heard a wolf then. And I was about to be like, perfect. The wolves are cheering me on. Woo. This is your favourite lake in multiplayer? It's good. I haven't had any good kills from it yet. But it's a good spot, like, for Manitoban elk. I've really started being able to, like, find the hotspots a lot more recently for them. And I'm really, really hoping that that'll pay off with a few rares and stuff. Because we got the Mela cow in today's video, but obviously I'd like some rare balls for the lodge. Let's see what that hunting pressure's like. Okay, I'm gonna go, like, to one more spot. Are you sure you just ain't bad? Lol. Well, I'm not claiming I'm good, but I'm not as bad as like, with that controller, I was more bad than normal. How about that? Now, I know there's a group of Manitoban elk bulls at this lake. Yeah. Don't claim to be good at anything I do. I just do me, and we vibe. We vibe, we vibe. Oh, I tell you what, I was watching some Elden Ring Night Rain gameplay earlier. There's a streamer I really like that plays it a lot. And gosh, I kind of want to pick it up now I've got the new PC, and I kind of want to go through and do a whole proper Elden Ring playthrough and go for the 100%. Because I got about halfway through Elden Ring, and then I started like really doing more Call of the Wild content and stuff, and never really got to finish the game. Because I tried making Elden Ring videos, but because the videos were so long, and like with my old laptop and everything, it didn't work. So it's definitely more of a game that I would want to stream. And if I'm streaming it, then I count it as like content, so I don't feel so bad. If I'm not like streaming or making videos from something, then I kind of feel like I'm not making content when I should be. Such an interesting thing. If we're having VC, can tell you about it. Definitely. That would be interesting. You know me. Anything sciencey. Always of interest. Couple of bears. And yeah. I knew there was a few Manitoban elk here. I could have sworn there was more bulls last time. A wonky guy. And that guy. Got them both. We should be starting to look really good for hunting pressure over here now. Yeah, it's really clearing. Really clearing, really clearing. I promise we are going back to Mule's, but I just wanted to do the checks, so that we don't accidentally kill that zone with hunting pressure, because I really like that zone. Lol, Danny, I'll be getting a quiz. This lake is so good for bison. Yeah, it is. It's a good spot for bison in multi. It's one of the spots I've been checking, hoping for rares. You're working on your lumpy scarf, Teak? Good old lumpy scarf. I think it was pretty, or is pretty. You keep working on that scarf. Oh, yes. I mean, that's a decent moose, if I can get a shot at him before he... Not sure if I hit the cow? No, I did hit him, because he's running wounded, but... Why did that first shot miss? Hitbox again? With, like, the tree, maybe? Who knows? Who knows? Not bothered. Oh, I hear wolves. Perfect. Puppies! How many puppies? A few. And yeah, because they're nothing special, we are killing them for 300. Yes, it's not ethical. No, I don't care. If they were rares or diamonds, then yes, I would, but I don't. Now that, yes, it's going to have blown out that zone, which I don't really mind for elk, because I'm not grinding them at the minute. But now, look, there's next to no hunting pressure. Grand. Exactly what we wanted. Perfect. We'll pick up the other ball, and then we're good to go and reset for Muleys. Mellow Gadwall look pretty. Yeah, they do. Very nice. I do kind of wish they were more shiny, though. Less matte, like melanistic, more shiny. You somehow lost 3 stitches for 6 centimeters of rose and then overcompensated and gained? So, the lumps continue. Oh, Graves, I'm sorry. Nightbot's being mean. We might have to tweak Nightbot, like I said. I don't know how to make Nightbot, Oh, it's Danny that got smoked this time, not Graves. We will have to make Nightbot less feisty. Less feisty. I love the music on this map. It's so pretty. It's got kind of, mythical type vibes to it, which I think fits the map. Because it's such a gorgeous environment. At least it's 5 seconds and not 600. Yeah, it could always be worse. It could always be worse. Are they here? No, they're not. So we go back in the lodge and we change the time again. All the Call of the Wild sounds please my brain, I must say. Getting to hear them in the headphones makes me happy. I like all the like UI sounds and everything. The clickies and the crunchies. Does the good scritches on my brain. Which map do you hunt today, Baloo? Which map? Which map should you hunt? What about Salsweaven? Go look for ducks. You want to find rares for the Carabao Husky, Luke? But they're so rare, it's crazy, yeah. I haven't, like, specifically, targeted them yet, but they do seem very rare. The only one I've had so far is the Mela female that I got in early access. And that was just pure luck, picked up the track, initial spawn. So, they do seem really rare. I did actually see a level 5 in multiplayer earlier, but it was a level 5 that shouldn't be a level 5. It had a rack that didn't have the slightest chance of being even close to diamond, so I didn't bother chasing it because it was Manitoban elk time. And so I figured I'd rather spend my time actually seeing if I can get something good. So, good option. Then go for it, Blue. I hope you get something good. The clicky and crunchies. Yeah, my brain is so unique. Yeah. That it is. My brain is definitely unique. Certain noises really please me in games. Like, it just makes my brain happy. Like, there's certain noises with Call of the Wild. They're just really nice. Really, really nice to listen to. Nice job taking out all wolves. Thank you. Well, good luck with the tripod, Matt. You want to hunt the remodeled caribou so much? They're so much better. My favourite aspect of the remodeled caribou is their feet. And I know that that's going to be a meme. If you've been in, like, Flinters streams and stuff and heard all the jokes I make. But they have really done their feet well. Their hooves and, like, having the fluffy feet. It's really, really good. Like, I'm very impressed with the level of detail in it. Because when I've seen reindeer in real life, but very, obviously very similar. That is something that really sticks out when you look at them, is their feet. And they also make insane noise when you're stood next to a reindeer and you hear them walking. The clicking of their, I believe it's the tendon, that, like, every time that they take a step is so, again, for me it's a satisfying sound. It's really loud. Take care, Danny. Hope you have a good one. Thank you very much. if a great one or anything really, really cool shows up, I'll ping it in Discord. You had reindeer, and honestly, that's one thing that's missing for you. Yeah. Reindeer are cool creatures. Any deer are cool creatures, you know, to me, because I love all deer, but Mel Intensify loves brackets caribou feet. Yeah, it's the clicking of their tendon sliding. Yeah, that would be so good if they had it in-game. Like, you could hear a herd coming by the clicking sound of their feet. I think that would be great. Yes, we do need a remodel for that antlers. Like, with the new model, like, body models and the fur detail and everything, if they reworked that antlers to be more realistic, oh my god, can you imagine? I'd give them a great one at the same time. Go, like, whole hog, great one, all of the new antler variations, completely, and not just new antler variations, but, like, redo them completely. Get rid of almost all of the racks that currently exist, and redo them. Hi, Eman, how's it going? Hear us, devs. Give us the clicky boys. It would please me on just an insane level to hear clicky caribou and reindeer feet. I would nerd out so hard about that. Be like, listen guys, you can hear them because they click. That's a nice thought. We're getting some nice size deer as like respawns. Because that rack can be on like 5s as well. It's normally a troll 5 rack. So, okay. Did I go? Yeah, past the tripod. We're getting some nice respawns. Which of you's bigger? That one. So we'll probably try and get him. That's tiny, and that buck that's in the back. And yes, I know it's small, but same thing I was talking about earlier. So it's him. He is behind a tree, but... Ah! You moved very fast. Slow down, sir. Thanks. Now, I hope we hit the bigger one. If we didn't, that'll be a rip. That will be a rip. Oh my gosh, Nightbot is being really mean. I'm sorry. Nightbot hates everyone equally. Equal opportunity hatred from Nightbot. Oh. Yeah, I don't know how to tweak it. If any of the mods know how to tweak it and have, like, the power to, I don't know how that works. But if you do, go for it. Like, do it. Do it. Because I don't know what I'm doing with it. Now, I hope we got some kind of hit. We did. We got non-vital. That's perfect. Because we don't need a good shot. Just a dead deer. For this. That sounds so like, unethical, but it's video game, so it's fine. It's not a real deer. Is not suffering. The snow can get really churned up in places. It's really cool. Like, it properly looks like a lot of animals have gone through. It's not just like a thin track. Like, look at this. It's really like animals have moved through here on like quite an intense level. You've never used Nightbot, so don't know anything about it. That's absolutely fine. That's absolutely fine. Like I said, when it comes to mod stuff, oh, that would have been a level 4 diamond. Whoops! Once again, on me messing up level 4 diamonds. But once again, not something I would have taxed, I don't think. I did think I had a pretty good estimate, but yeah. 312.93. But sacrifice for the grind. Remember when me and Flenta did the stream together? I think it was Fallow, and we talked about that you had to mess up all your diamonds for a great one to spawn, and that was going to be the new theory that we spread. Do I tax diamonds just school-wise, or just what's cool? If I get anything that's, like, really unusual, like, really, really weird, then I'll tax it. Or generally, when it comes to grind diamonds, max scores. And then I only tend to tax a few max scores. Because I find that otherwise, I end up with hundreds and hundreds of diamonds. And they look all the same or very similar, and I've not got anywhere to put them because, you know, you only get so many, like, lodges and lodge space. I can't physically display them, so they just sit in my, like, trophy manager for no reason. So, I just tax really, like, oh, okay, that's something I haven't had before, I'll tax that. Or, hey, that's a new rack, I'll tax that. But, yeah, that level 4 rack is, it can, like I said, obviously it can make it, because it would have made it there if I'd shot it well, but it's not something I'm really upset about, if that makes sense. It's just part of grinding. Because you're trying to be efficient, it's like, it's hard, right? Because in an ideal world, you shoot everything with an ethical weapon, and then if it makes diamond or not, then it's great. But when you're trying to shoot as many animals as possible, you kind of just have to do what you have to do, you know? Yeah, Matt, the collab unfortunately didn't work the other day due to, we think it was because of, the issues that Discord had, like, for everybody, but we're not really sure. We're not really sure what happened. We'll work out eventually if it was that or what, because I have said I'll do collabs with other people as well, so one way or another we'll work it out, what actually, is the issue there. But it really wouldn't surprise me if that's what it was, because it was so random. And it wasn't just, me having issues, like, with my game and stuff. I was having, like, Flinter was coming through Discord really robotic for me as well. So, it was a mess. It was a mess, and it was very stressful. But, we deal with it, and we move on. Need a bigger trophy lodge so bad? Yes, we do. I've got the itchiest eyes right now. Bear with me, I'm scratching my eyes. Don't even know why. It's not like I've got allergies or anything. I've just got really itchy eyes all of a sudden. I wonder if they're dry. I know I've been suffering with really dry eyes past few days, which is not great. Probably using screens a bit more again. Might be. Hey, Biblical. How many kills on this grind? You just got your first Great One Muley after 2,500 kills. Well, congratulations on getting your first Great One Muley. What combo did you get? Also, I don't count kills on grinds because I find that it's like more stressful for me. And I know that might sound silly, I always say this, but I find that if I'm counting kills, it bothers me more, like, the longer it goes on, and then I find it harder to keep going. Whereas if I don't know, it's almost like blind optimism, and just keep going and going and going. So, yeah, I'm not sure, but I'd say we're well over 1,000, probably like 1,500 on this grind. Because I started this grind before my other PC stopped working, and now we've done, well, the first stream I did was 6 hours long, but I'd say about 4.5 hours maybe of grinding, and yeah. And then we did another stream after that that was like 5 hours of grinding, so we've been hitting the mule deer grind pretty hard. So, definitely racking up the kills. Thank you so much, Biblical Psychiatry, for joining the minions. Thank you so much. I really, really appreciate it. And you got the corkscrew rack and cobweb enigma. I would love that combo. That's fantastic. That's so cool. I'm so jealous. Like, congratulations. That's a really cool one. Really, really cool. Really, really cool. Just give me a second and we'll shoot these deer and then I will look at chat again. See, that's a small 2, that's a small 2, and that's a really small 2. But you're like the least small, so death. And then we'll... I want that one. Please stop bouncing. He's hit. That's all we need. And then that's a small... That's a really small one. Just because we need to get some more kills. Makes sense to you. Cool, cool. Kinda bummed that they didn't put in, like, new 340 plus racks. I wondered if they would. Like, that was something I said when we saw the new racks. I wondered if, we would see more racks, or even, like, a higher scoring rack. But I guess they kind of wanted to... Hello, bear. That bear is hit every time. I kind of want to kill it. Just so that it stops doing that every time. What was I saying? Yeah, I kind of wondered if they would put some bigger racks in, but I guess they were kind of saving, like, the higher scoring ones for the Great One Muleys. Although, saying that, I think the Corkscrew doesn't score very high, does it? I'm not sure. I think the Corkscrew doesn't score very high. I think the Velvet scores pretty decently. Interesting. Hello! Gosh, you're so loud. Where are you? Oh, I saw it for a second. Go, flee, run away. Live somewhere else. Hi, spaceship. How did you not see I went live? I don't know. I don't know. If you're in the Discord, I think I pinged everyone. Hope I pinged everyone and not some random, like, individual person. I know that happens sometimes when you try to ping someone in Discord and it's like, no, we're not going to ping that person or ping everyone. It's going to go all wrong. Oh, gosh. Biblical Psychiatry, thank you so very much for the $10 donation. You are so very kind. Thank you so much. What combo am I hoping for number 2? For Great One Muley number 2? Honestly, I will be happy with anything that isn't the same as my first combo. And my first combo was the Velvet Rack and the Dusky Drift Fur. I would really, really, really love the Corkscrew Rack. That's my, like, dream rack for the Muleys. But, honestly, they're all so cool. And I think if I got Corkscrew Rack and Milky Way, that would be, like, top tier combo for me. But I like all of the combos for Muley. There's not one that I really dislike, so anything new I'll be super happy with. I'm not really picky. The only rack, like, I have a least favourite rack and a least favourite fur, but I don't dislike them, if that makes sense. So, thank you again. Thank you so much for the dono. Hello. All of the bears around here. Would it be possible if you helped with your grind, you need some cash to start a grind? I tend to keep my my maps to single player when I'm doing a grind, just because there can be issues, and as well, like, with making content, you can't, like, if you have one person come and join, then it's not fair to not let everyone come and join. But I will give you a recommendation on how to quickly get some money to start a grind, and that is to go onto Emerald Coast, whether it's your single player or a multiplayer server, and run up the right hand side coast on Emerald Coast and shoot crocodiles. You will make money and you will make XP so fast. Like, it's so easy. It's the quickest, best way, I think, personally, to earn money. And it's so easy because they're not fleeing. You can run up to them 99% of the time and just pop them in the lungs or the head or the neck, whichever you feel most comfortable going for. So they're so easy. Like, I feel like that's a factor people don't talk about a lot when it comes to money grinding. Like, okay, yeah, like, Banteng might be slightly better, maybe at like a cash per hour rate, perhaps, but they also don't just lie there like crocodiles. So you only get 2 crocs? Like, how? Like, do you mean, in terms of you only managed to kill 2, or there's only 2 there? Because that whole coastline will have crocs all the way along it, like, without a doubt. Corkscrew rack scores under diamond. I thought it did, but I really don't mind what a great one scores. To me, it's not about a score for a great one. It's like a unique... It's like a rare, almost, to me. Like a really cool rare, so... I'm more, like, interested in what it looks like than what it ends up scoring. Score isn't something I worry about with great ones. Obviously, if you get one that has, like, let's say an unusual score, like a really high score for, like, a particular, great one, or a really low score, like my one whitetail big rack that's only scored 604, then it's interesting, but otherwise, to me, I don't really mind about scores. Your corkscrew rack was 298. Oh, interesting. Oh, you're level 18, OJB? I still... Like, do you have the, like, DLCs and stuff? Or are you working with, like, base game stuff? What's your setup? Oh, Mortigon Gaming, you finally got a super rare the other day. A 340.18 leucistic Mule Deer. That is an insane super rare. Huge congratulations. Well done. Well done. That's amazing. Congrats. The leucistic seems so rare as well. We've still not seen, on my Mule grind so far, we haven't seen a leucistic, an albino, or a mela. And from everything I've heard from other grinders, the leucistics are, like, ridiculously rare. So that's insane. Congrats. Insane. Is he actually tracking? Yeah, okay. You meant only 2 spawn? You should have way more than 2 on that coast. And if there's only somehow 2 on that coast, the swamp below and above it will have loads as well. They are some of your best bet. Am I more of a dog or a cat person? Honestly, I love all animals, but I am more of a cat person, right? And it's purely for the reason that cats are a bit more quiet. Like, they're not as, I really like dogs, don't get me wrong, so don't be like, oh, she doesn't like dogs. My family has, me, my mum and dad, we live now with my grandparents, and between us we have 5 dogs. 2 golden retrievers, 2 chihuahuas, and I think she's a cockadoodle. She was a rescue. And so were the chihuahuas. But, I like them all. But I find, because I'm autistic and very sound sensitive, that dogs barking can get, it can hurt my ears. I'm very sound sensitive. It's not that I don't like dogs, but when they get excited sometimes I just find it a little bit stressful. It's not that I don't like them though. When they're nice and quiet and chill, I'm more than happy to hang out with them. But cats, obviously they don't, bark and stuff, and I don't find their, meows and stuff that hurt my ears because they're very quiet, so... More of a cat person, but in general I'm actually just more of a reptile person, because cat hair and dog hair irritates my nose a little bit.
So I'm actually more of a reptile person in general because they're quiet, they're cool, they're beautiful, and specifically crested geckos. If you know me, I have Toriel, who's my 11-year-old crested gecko. Bless her, she's getting on now in years. She's got one eye that's got a cataract, but she's doing really, really well. And currently planning on getting a second one. Gonna be getting a male. And I do actually plan on getting more cresties in the future. I really love them, and I just haven't been able to do like what I've wanted to do in the last goodness knows how many years. And now I'm sort of finally being able to start doing things that I want to do, like streaming, being able to have like my own pets a bit more. So yeah, it's really, really fantastic. And yeah, I love cresties. They're just great. They're so funny. And they just have that face that makes them look like they have one brain cell, and it's like the old Windows screensaver bouncing around. They're just gorgeous creatures. I love them so much. Okay, man gang, wish you luck. You hope you get a diamond or an albino. Good luck, Matt. Good luck. You're getting pretty bored of just hunting, OJB? I mean, you can grind at any level, but it will be harder, obviously, until you get some more monies and stuff. But yeah, I obviously recommend the crocs. Banteng are really good, red deer are really good, fallow deer on Tay, they're really good. I mean, you could start a grind, like, without tents and tripods and just shoot, like, 1 or 2 animals at a time. And sort of, like, work around like that. And then you're sort of getting money and there's the potential for things to pop up. So, there is that option as well. Luke, you have 11 Great One Mule Deer and 1 Leucistic and 1 Albino. Gosh, Luke, you're killing it with the grinding. Amazing. Awesome, OJB. I hope you have all of the luck. I'm sending you all of the luck. You got a bearded dragon, Biblical? That's awesome. I love bearded dragons. I thought about getting a beardy for a long time, but I'm just obsessed with cresties. They're my thing. I love cresties. Like I said, Toriel, my little 11-year-old girl, she was my first ever pet, and like I said, I've had no problems with her. She's the easiest thing in the world to keep, and she's so friendly. I just adore her. Absolutely adore her. Petition to get me a schnauzer, they don't bark at all. Also anti-allergen. Your bearded dragon is called Leo and he's 9 years old. Reptiles are the best. Bless. They are. I love reptiles. And like, people say, oh, they don't have like much personality and stuff like that, and I'm like, yeah, right. Spend some time with one, like actually develop a bond, and you'll see they've got personality. My girl Toriel's got a lot of personality. She'll come to the glass and chase me like along the glass until I let her come out and climb all over me, and then she'll just sit and chill. The amount of times I've had like a Flinter video on, and I've got Toriel just chilling on my arm, just chilling, watching the screen. She's adorable. I love her. What do I feed the geckos? So cresties generally are like one of the easiest like reptiles to feed. So you can buy they basically have like a powdered diet that you can buy, and there's so many different like makes of it. I personally use Rapashi, which is like one of the like top ones that keepers use, because in the wild they feed on like rotten fruit and stuff. So it's basically like a blend of rotten fruit, pollen, all the kinds of things that they would eat. They do eat insects as well, but some cresties are more prey driven than others. Toriel, I've never had much luck with getting her to eat crickets or anything. Like, I've tried different various different insects that people have recommended, but she's just never really taken to it. Never really taken to it. So I've tried several times, but I guess she's just not that interested in live food. Like, I even tried, like killing them first, like, giving her dead bugs, and she wasn't interested in that either. She'd lick them a little bit, but she wouldn't really eat them, so... Did you ever hear budgies in the background? You're just curious? Okay, so... Basically, long story short, for the last sort of 4 or 5 years, I had a cockatiel. Oh gosh, they're so loud. I had a cockatiel called Thorin, and I loved Thorin. He was fantastic. He was a funny little guy, and I did absolutely everything I could for that bird. But the problem was, I didn't choose him or, like, buy him. He was kind of, like, given to me on a, oh, here's a bird, like, with a cage and everything. And I was like, oh. And I'd always liked the idea of having a bird, but it just wasn't done in the best way, unfortunately. And I tried my best with him, but the thing was, he was from a pet shop and was also parent raised, which unfortunately meant that he was, like, more focused on wanting other birds' attention. When you have pet birds, they, like, anything I have read recommends you get hand-reared for your birds, because then they're, like, more drawn to human company, they're likely to be way more tame, stuff like that. Or even if they're raised in a house with people, so that they're having that interaction, and, you know, all of the things that they would experience normally in a home, right? Well, like I said, unfortunately, because Thorin was from a pet store, he didn't have any of that. And I remember, like, being told when they got him from the pet store, the person that gave him to me, they, like, threw a towel over him to catch him and stuff. Like, that's how wild he was. When I had him, like, to start off with, he was pretty good, but he was really young. When he hit, let's call it maturity, you know, and started to realise that he was a male, he became very, very aggressive. And I tried my absolute best. I tried everything I could. And I wanted to get another one, but I kind of thought that he would do better with other birds, because, like, in an aviary kind of situation, you get what I mean? Where he's sort of more flock orientated, because that's what he was raised as. And I mean, like I said, I loved him. I could get him to sit on my finger. I taught him to say peekaboo, all kinds of things. And in the morning, he'd let me give him, like, kisses and stuff. But as soon as he hit the age, he got so aggressive and very bitey. He wasn't interested in toys. I bought so many toys. And he wasn't kept in a cage, by the way. He was never ever cage bound. He was in my room, and he had a cage that he could go into, obviously, like, with the toys hanging on him and stuff. But I got him a cage that was actually size rated for 2 adult African grey parrots, and he was a cockatiel. So, you know, he had more than enough space. But, yeah, unfortunately, with him becoming so aggressive, I was worried about him and how he was feeling. He was in perfect health and everything. So I reached out to a expert that I found, who has been a member of, like, I think it was the Parrot Association in the UK for, I think, 25 years, it said, and has kept all kinds of different parrots and small pet birds and stuff for years. And I reached out to him and explained the whole situation, and he said, yeah, it's unfortunately probably not going to get better. The best thing you could probably do is bring him to me and I'll put him in my aviary with my cockatiels. Which I took very hard because it's like, I'm not that kind of person that wants to I don't know, seemingly like give up on an animal, and I cried a lot. But it was the best thing for him at the end of the day. So I agreed we would take him to this very lovely gentleman, and we took him down there and, you know, said hi and went and saw the aviary. And as soon as Thorin saw the other cockatiels, he went crazy. Absolutely crazy trying to get to them. And I was like, okay. Like, I've got chills thinking about it, because it was, like, he was my boy, but it's what he needed. So, the breeder guy took him into the aviary and opened up the box that he was in, and he flew straight into the middle of the flock of birds. Like, not a single bit of hesitation in him. Straight into the middle of the group. And within 2-3 minutes, I'm not exaggerating, one of the female cockatiels was trying to pair up with him. And that was like the last thing I saw when we left him there, was him cuddling up with the others, and especially that one female, just all together. And I was like, okay, I've done the right thing for this guy, this poor bird. Pet shops aren't very nice to birds a lot of the time, unfortunately, and that is what had happened to him. And like I said, I tried my absolute best to keep him with me, but at the end of the day, what is more important is the animal's welfare always. So I had to put him first above my sentimentality and my emotions, and I miss him a lot, but he's way happier now being able to interact in the ways that he knows because of how he was brought up, you know, with other birds. So yeah, long story, sorry, but yeah, bit emotional about that one. But it was a situation that I didn't have, like, much say in. So I just did my best for him, and I now know that he's living his best life. He's got his own little partner bird and lives with all the others and is happy. So I think that's the best result for something like that in the end. Like, we've rescued so many animals: dogs, cats, chickens, ducks, geese, rabbits, guinea pigs. My mum used to work for the RSPCA, so when I was younger, we had all kinds of rescue rabbits and guinea pigs, and then when we moved into the countryside, we rescued like chickens from battery, egg farms and stuff, geese and ducks that people were neglecting, all kinds of rescues. So we've had quite a few, but now I'm just down to Toriel, and hopefully soon, like I said, a male Cresty. And then probably more Cresties, because I absolutely love them. And like I said, they've got so much personality. They're the perfect fit for me. So, it's great. You're going to have to get a crested gecko now, Biblical. Yeah, they're amazing. They're so cute. Like I said, they really do have that look of, like, no thoughts, head empty. And there's so many beautiful colour morphs. It's just amazing. You've got a pet bass spaceship that thinks he's a hall monitor, lol. Gunhub, you'd like a snake or a python or something? I was actually thinking about getting a ball python, but I found out that my dad is a little bit scared of snakes, which I didn't know. So I decided that, you know, in case, because my health isn't always the best, in case I have to go into hospital or whatever, and because I love Cresties so much, that I will just stick with Cresties, because, again, they're really easy to care for, the food is really easy to make up, Dad knows exactly how to look after Toriel, and has done for me when I've been in the hospital recently, so it, you know, like, works really well. And obviously I don't want that there to be a position where if I'm sick and have to go somewhere or anything, that there's not someone to take care of my animals. I'm always very, like, you've got to try and look into the future when you're getting pets and make sure that they're always going to have someone to take care of them. So, you can't sleep today, mistress? Also, hi, mistress. I'm so sorry. I hope you're okay. You have a friend, Graves, that keeps a lot of reptiles. Each of them have a unique personality, like his Boar Gary. Gary is a sweetheart. Yeah, they really do. People, I think, misjudge reptiles a lot and, like, don't pay attention to how unique they can be as their own little characters. Some are really feisty, some are really quiet. You know, it's basically like any other animal. Thank you for explaining. You were just curious. You have birds too, Luke? And you think I did the right thing? Yeah, I love birds, Luke. I absolutely love birds. But if I was to get a bird, like I said, like myself, I would want to do it so differently to how all of that worked out. So I basically just ended up with a rescue situation, trying to do the best I could. You subscribed, OJB? Thank you so much. Sorry, I am trying to look at chat and stuff as well as shooting. Sorry if I'm not very good at it yet. That was a grouse. Is it the grouse, though? Where was it? That's the question. We'll just check. Because there is a level 3 dusky grouse about. But I can never seem to find him again. And if I could find him, it would be really cool. It sounded like it was over here. Am I wrong? I'm seeing if I see any tracks. Oh, there's a track. There's a track. No, female. Okay then, we will move on. Hi, Servid Slayer. And hi, Gruntley. It's going pretty well. Nothing major yet. We had a level 4 Mule that would have made diamond, but it was shot with the 300 in the guts. I'm, you know, not too worried because it was a level 4, but that, you know, is still positive that it would have been a diamond. You're sold biblical, you're looking to get in your first cresty, do it. Highly recommend. Amazing, amazing pets. Lily white cresties are stunning. Yeah, I like lily whites, xanthics, and most tricolours and Halloweens. Honestly, I like so many different morphs. Would I teach my dad how to play Call of the Wild? My dad's not a gamer. I tell him, like, when I get a great one or whatever, and they're happy for me, but yeah. My parents, neither of them are really into gaming themselves. They're always happy to see what I get, but they wouldn't do it themselves. Bird, 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 bird. You miss macaws? Bless. Have I ever hunted IRL? I have. I have. Not a lot, but I have harvested 2 European rabbits. And then processed them and ate them. So, I have a little bit of real life hunting experience. I've been on hunts where I've watched other people hunt. Everything, well, I say everything. I've watched red deer management and wild boar management. That was pretty cool. Wild boar are scary when they don't like you. Just saying. Big scary. I'll tell you about that in a minute. Talking about birds, summon that one, probably Gruntly. Saw someone say they wanted a snake. 100,000% behind people getting ball pythons. Yeah, they're adorable. They're so cute. So, yeah, I went hunting, like, I was hunting, well, let me restart that whole sentence because I messed up. I wasn't hunting, I was watching a hunt. It was actually in the Forest of Dean, and it was wild boar management, like I said. Now, it was really, really early morning, and the guy that I was following, like, on his hunt to learn, basically, he did actually shoot a boar. And it was a perfect shot. It ran a few meters, crashed into a tree, died. Perfect, like, within seconds. And he had a quad bike, like, on the trailer of his truck to be able to drag a wild boar, because they're not small creatures. They're not small. They are huge tanks. Massive. You gotta get ready for work. Enjoy your day in chat. Enjoy stream. Good luck for the great one. Thank you, Grumply. Yeah, so he shot this boar. And he said, right, you can either follow me back to the truck to get the quad, or you can stay and wait here, because it's, like, you're not going to be able to get on the quad to be able to come back. So I would effectively have been walking back to the truck, and then trying to keep up with him on the quad bike on the way back, you know? So I was like, no, okay, yeah, I'll wait here, and I'll act, I guess, as like a marker for where this boar is. And he was like, yeah, that sounds like a great plan. So I'm stood there, early morning, just waiting for him to come and pick this boar up. And then I just hear, like, snuffling. And I'm like, oh, what's this? And I was, like, at the bottom of, like, it wasn't a very steep bank, but it was a bank. And, I heard, like I said, I heard this snuffling, and the next thing I know, there's a wild boar from the, I believe a group of wild boar is technically called a sounder, but the group of wild boar had actually come back to investigate what had happened. And this is really common with pigs, right? Pigs are very drawn to blood, whether it's domestic pigs or wild boar. They're dangerous, like, straight up dangerous. If you are, like, a pig farmer and you, like, get a cut or something when you're feeding pigs, you need to get out of there, because if they smell blood, they will go for you. And they are, like, people, I think, again, underestimate pigs. They are not fun to, like, try and escape. They are just basically a solid wall of muscle. And if they want to knock you down, they darn well will. Like, they're not a creature to be messed with. And so I see this boar coming back, and it was, like, clearly sniffing out the blood. And it walked all the way to the other side of the carcass that I was stood by. Like, I was at the head end, and it was at, like, the rear end. And all that was between us was the carcass of this other boar. And it saw me, eventually, because they don't have great eyesight. That's why it didn't see me initially, because I was stood very, very still. Because I was just like, right, if I stand really still, maybe it just goes away, you know? A lot of wildlife encounters like that, they recommend you just to stay still, and a lot of the times the animal loses interest in you because you're not doing anything, right? A lot of the time with animals, like, if you run, then they'll chase you. That's something that, especially growing up around, like, a lot of farmlands and stuff, is something they say with bulls or horses or anything, is if they run at you, you just gotta stand your ground, because as soon as you start running, they start chasing, and then you're in trouble. So I just stood there, and when it realised I was there, it stared at me, and, like, I think it was trying to work out what I was, because again, they don't have great eyesight, and it was fairly dark, and I'm stood there in, like, camo, so I'm not 100% sure it knew what I was. But then I was like, if this thing charges me, I could be dead or in hospital. Like, either way, this is bad. If this thing charges me, I had a camera on me, which I'd brought on the advice of the guy that I went with, just in case, because, you know, we're in the Forest of Dean, there's lots of deer, there's a chance, you know, might get an up-close look at deer and stuff. Like, oh, they're not the quarry for the day, but we might have a really nice encounter. He knows I'm into photography, may as well bring the camera along. And that's all I had on me that I could have actually used in any kind of self-defense, was basically throwing the camera at it. And so I'm stood there like, please just turn and walk away, or run away, or something. Do not charge, because this is not gonna go well. Especially with the guy being a little way away. But thankfully, after, it had to have been like 30 seconds of just this stare down, it turned all of a sudden and just ran, and it was squealing, like proper pig squeal, ran the way it came from. And I was like, oh my gosh, that could have been so bad. Could have been so bad. That was one of those days where I definitely felt like I got lucky in terms of what happened. Because, yeah, would not have been a good situation at all. And when the guy got back with the quad bike, I was stood there all like a little bit like with the adrenaline still rushing through me, and he goes, "Oh, are you okay?" And I'm like, "Yeah, but one of them came back." No question, if I'd had a rifle on me, I would have taken the shot, because it was so close that if it had decided to charge, like I said, I would have been in serious trouble. So it was a case of, it would have been self-defense. It was so close. It really did freak me out. Just how, the fact it came back so quick after a gunshot as well. Just not bothered. It was crazy. Absolutely crazy. So yeah, wild boar, don't mess with them. And don't mess with pigs in general. Never mess with pigs. they're not kind. You want one of the woolly mouse colossal made for a pet, like one of the mice that they were testing the woolly mammoth genes on. They are pretty cute. They are pretty cute. They look really fluffy. I've always been a bit apprehensive about rodent pets, just because I really don't like their teeth. Like, my brother has, or had, chinchillas, and they're gorgeous, but I feel like being bitten by one of them would be so horrible, because their teeth are so sharp. So sharp. I'd rather be bitten by a snake, 100%, than any kind of rodent. Or, like, even with rabbits, which are lagomorphs, like, their teeth are so sharp. They're like knives. Which they have to be, and it's not, like, their fault, but I would be so cautious about handling them, just in case they were to bite. Pigs are the sharks of the land, 100%. Except I actually prefer sharks. Would like, I'd be happier with a shark than an aggressive pig. Which probably sounds really strange, but sharks are generally quite okay. They're generally not that aggro, and generally, if a shark goes for you, the thing I've always been told is, if a shark was to try and get you, is punch it on the end of the nose, which sounds horrible, and not, you know, it's not something I'd want to do, but like, apparently what happens is, if you punch a shark in the nose, and I know it sounds so horrible, I'm not advocating that people go and punch sharks in the nose, okay? Like, I'm not advocating this at all, but if they are coming for you in an aggressive manner, like, which I would hope that you would know for sure it was an aggressive manner before you would do this, it's to do with all their sensory system. And if they get hit in there, it's like, I think the way someone described it was almost like when you hit your funny bone, but in their face. And so it, like, really throws them off. It's not permanent, it's just enough to go, oh, like, that's not something to mess around with, kind of deal. And I know a lot of professional shark divers and stuff do the rotation method as well, where they rotate the shark if it's being a little bit mean. Yeah, plant eaters are made for cutting, snakes and other stuff are made for holding. Yeah, exactly. Just, yeah, all of the like rats, rabbits, guinea pigs, mice, hamsters, all of their teeth kind of worry me a little bit. You've had a few Syrian hamsters as pets and they're sweet, but if they bite you it's quite bad, Luke. Yeah, like, no question at all. I bet that they're lovely, but I would just be so cautious about not wanting to be bitten, I think, would be my issue. Whereas reptile bites, they don't bother me. I don't know. It's a whole different beast, quite literally, in terms of their bites, I guess. I'm really not bothered. And if a cresty bites you, trust me, you don't even feel it. Toriel's had, like my finger, like, in her mouth before. Because, like, I'll hand feed her sometimes, because she's adorable. And she's just, like, chomped at it. You don't even feel it. They've got next to no teeth. Like, they do have teeth, but they're so small. It's adorable. You gotta run, Biblical? Thanks for sharing. Really appreciate the storytelling. Wonderful content. Wish you could hang longer, but hopefully we'll catch another stream soon. Take care. Thank you so much, Biblical. Thank you. Yes, there will be more streams, so don't worry. There'll be plenty more to hang out in. Thank you so much. It's been great to see you, and I hope you have a wonderful day. Pigs are living, angry garbage cans. That is the best description of pigs. The best. Sharks are the puppies of the sea, they are. 100% would rather swim with sharks over dolphins. We had this discussion in my Discord the other day. If anyone's here that was in that discussion, you'll know exactly why. Dolphins are mean. Me, no, like dolphins. I'm not a dolphin fan. Sharks, yes. Whales, yes. Dolphins, no. I would rather be in the sea with a shark than a dolphin. Like, without question. Without question. Pigs are intelligent. Intelligence in animals means you can't scare them like other animals. They are scary. Yeah, there's something about pigs that's always bothered me, like farm pigs and stuff. Like, I know a lot of people find, like, piglets really cute and stuff. I find them a little bit unnerving. Probably because they are, like, intelligent but also known to be quite savage. Like, again, they will just eat anything, and they can be really nasty. So, I would never want anything bad to happen to one, and, you know, would happily save one from a bad situation or anything like that. But, I don't know, I'm just not, a pig fan. Most people are like, oh my gosh, piglets! I think baby boar are cuter than, like, your typical farm piglets. I don't know, there's something about little, they call them humbugs, that is cuter than, like, the pink pig look, to me. But, again, personal choice. You saw a little bit of it. Dolphins literally, I'll say, assault people. It's horrific. Yeah, they do. I don't like dolphins. I really, really don't like dolphins. Again, they're also really intelligent. It's that same thing. Dolphins and pigs are in the same category for me. Again, I don't condone any cruelty to them, anything horrible happening to them, but I don't really want to be near them. Do you get what I mean? Like, I would rather be with a shark. I don't know, I just would feel safer. Which, I know most people are like, what are you talking about? It's a shark. I'm like, yeah, but sharks are generally pretty chill. As long as you're, like, not the problem is as well, I'm trying to think of how to say it. Most shark attacks are by mistake. Shark isn't actually trying to attack a person. So they kind of get a lot of hate for stuff that really isn't their fault. It's not the shark's fault that it can't recognise the difference between a human on a... what they called? Like a surfboard or a boogie board or stuff like that. Compared to a seal. Like, they look very similar. It's almost like turtles and plastic bags looking like jellyfish. It's like, they look similar. It's just, unfortunately, one is a human and one is a plastic bag, and because, you know, people get attacked by sharks, suddenly the shark's the bad guy. And it's like, he's just in his environment and you look like the thing he normally eats. It's not really his fault. You looked like hamburger, and then you were actually not a hamburger, you were a person. Are there secret lakes for mule deer? No, no secret lakes. No secret lakes. I tell you what else are really, really, really cute is dogfish. They're like little tiny sharks. Very cute little things. And also, can we talk about how cute shark eggs are? As they call them, mermaids' purses. Adorable. Absolutely adorable. When I went to Africa, I went to an aquarium. And it was the first time I'd ever been to an aquarium, believe it or not. And I saw sharks and stuff in person for the first time. And they had a display of shark eggs that were... I was going to say incubating, but growing. And you could, like, see the actual embryos inside as they were growing. And I was just fascinated by it. Took a lot of pictures. I just think it's such an incredible way for them to have young. And, of course, some have live young as well. I really like sharks. Very misunderstood creatures. Anything that's misunderstood, I generally tend to like. You're back, OJB. You've been hunting some crocs in the swamp. You're right, you have quite a bit in there. Killed about 5 but didn't make much money since you had to buy ammo. Yeah, if you have to buy ammo at the start, it'll cost you a bit. But once you, like, the more you kill, the more money you'll have. Then ammo becomes less of a concern because you've got ammo. You know? It sort of will work itself out, even itself out. Hi, K-Flow. Welcome in, welcome in. Twins. Oh, there's so many cool animals out in the world. So many I'd love to see. If like people in chat, if you could go and see any animal species in the wild, any at all, what would you go and see? I'm not sure what I would choose, because there's so many cool things. Like, I would find it really, really hard to specifically say one, I think. Hey, Shadowhunter. Got a second Great One Muley today? Well, congratulations. Send a little bit of your luck over here. Let's see if we can get a second Great One Muley. I would have laughed. I saw the rack there being quite big, and I was like, if that's a great one after I just said that, it would have been really funny. Hello, Aaron. Hello. Do you know, if I could see any animal in the wild, I think it would be moose. Moose or caribou on migration. Like, when they're, like, huge, huge herds migrating. I think either of those would be an insane experience. I really want to see a moose. A moose, like, I've never seen one. Really, 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 really want to see a moose. I think it'd be so cool to see the largest extant deer species, like, just walking around. I think it'd be really cool. Am I using the... I'm going to shoot that. Zyna 300 to kill your non-trophies with? You'd recommend that? I've been hearing people say you should do that so you don't have to track it down. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm doing, is using the 300. I'm, like, So the 300 mag, and then I've got the 308 for trophies. We panic bot shot a 5 medium Manitoban elk last night, K-Flow. Oh, and it was a 484. That's a big one as well. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. Did you tax it to put in the lodge, or are you gonna try and get, not an actual diamond, but, you know, one with the rating? Kingfisher might hop in. That would be cool to see Kingfisher. Kingfisher's awesome. You sent me a picture. I'll have to have a look. You've only ever seen a moose IRL once, and it was quite young at the time. That's still really cool. I wouldn't really mind, like, if it was a big one or a small one. I just would like to see a moose. I don't know of anywhere in the UK that has any moose. Like, there's places with reindeer and different kinds of deer, but I don't know, it doesn't hit the same as seeing them in the wild. You've seen moose because you used to live in Maine. That's amazing. I just think they're so cool. Like, they're so huge, and they are a deer species. Like, people, you say to people, moose are a deer, and they're like, no, they're not. It's like, yeah, they are the biggest still existing alive deer species ever. Like, right now, they're like, the biggest. Which is insane. I just think that's so cool. I think I would be surprised. I remember when I saw an elephant, like, when I went to South Africa, I was surprised at how big they were. Like, not surprised in the, like, oh, I didn't think they were big kind of way, but it's like, wow. Like, seeing one in person, it kind of hits different, do you know what I mean? It's that sense of scale can be hard to translate through a screen or whatever. It's like, I would love to see a blue whale in person, just to get a sense of the sheer size of it. Obviously, I know they're big. I know they're big creatures. Don't get me wrong. But I think if you saw one in person, you go, oh, that's massive, sort of deal. Do I do guided hunts? No, I don't do guided hunts. There's YouTubers that do, so wouldn't want to not step on their toes, but that's kind of their thing. And again, it's also like trying to be fair to people. It can be hard. I'm generally like in multiplayer and stuff quite a lot though, so it's not. I do play with people in that sense, but generally I'm more of a lone hunter. You call them punishment taxes, K-Flow, but you'll still keep going for a dime. I hope you get one. And hopefully it's bigger. It was a mother and calf, Aaron? That's amazing. Oh, that's so cool. Luke, you were in a wildlife park in Germany yesterday and you saw a moose? Oh, I'm so jealous. That's so cool. I'd love to go to Germany. Germany's on my list of countries I'd really like to go to. Oh, that was a question my boyfriend asked me a couple of nights ago. It was he was playing a game called Viewfinder, and basically in that game you could teleport to anywhere by going through a picture. It was like you had to solve puzzles and stuff. Kind of an interesting game. And he said to me, if I could go anywhere through a picture, where would I want to go? I would love to go to a beach when they have a bioluminescent algae bloom, because I don't know if you've never seen it, Google bioluminescent algae, like on beaches. It's literally glowing blue. It looks like the most unreal thing. It's just gorgeous, and of course blue's my favourite colour, and of course like bioluminescence being blue, it's like amazing. It just, people go to see these bioluminescent algae blooms. You walk along the beach and every footstep you take, it like lights up blue in the sand. It's just incredible. Nature is amazing. That is something I would just love to do is walk along one of those beaches. I think it would be super romantic as well. Like, if you went there with a partner, just, oh, what an experience that would be. I'm not generally, like, a beach person. I don't like, you know, going to a beach to tan or stuff like that. But to go to a beach at night where there's blue glowing stuff, yes, take me and let me bring a camera. I completely misclicked there. Oh, Aaron, that's so cool. You are that close to them. That's amazing. Oh, I'm so jealous. Hello, Bonewick Jones. How is it going? Hope you're having a good day. What day is it? Thursday. I almost said having a good Friday, but it's not Friday yet. We're so close, though. Well, at least for me, we are just under 50 minutes away from it being Friday. And then it'll be the weekend, so hopefully everyone will have a great weekend. Imagine if they put something, going back to the bioluminescent beaches, imagine if they made a reserve in Call of the Wild where they had, like, a beach that sometimes would, like, light up with bioluminescence. So instead of, like, having the aurora, like on this map, imagine, like, Emerald Coast, but occasionally you walk along the beach at night and it all glows blue. Oh, how cool would that be? If it was in, like, the right place in the world. That would be so cool. Sends petition to EW. Add the bioluminescence, please. I wants to see it. All the pretty things. I'd also love to see the aurora in real life. Never seen it. Not yet. Like, there are times where you can see it across the UK. Not exceedingly often and not, like, generally super well. But I'd love to go. I saw, some adverts for a place where you go to stay to see the aurora, right? And you sleep in, like, an igloo-shaped thing. How old are you not a predator? I'm just very nosy. It annoys me when it annoys you that I don't have a webcam, so you're accusing me of being a predator. I'm 24 years old. And I'm not interested in anything like that. That's a really weird comment, OJB. Like, I don't have a camera on because I'm self-conscious. Like, okay. Okay, that threw me through a loop. And how many times I've mentioned that I have a partner on this stream. Anyway, what was I talking about? The Northern Lights. Yeah, so, like, kind of like the igloos on ASCII, but, like, the entire tops are made of glass. So they have, like, a bed in the middle, and then, like, wood up to about halfway, so you've got privacy. And then, like, when you lie on the bed, like, you look up at, like, a clear ceiling, so you can watch the aurora, like, while you're led in bed. So you don't have to, like, get up to go somewhere specific, or anything like that. Where's the dog gone? Is he stuck over there? Yeah, he's stuck. Okay. I'm not sure where I shot this one. Over here? Yeah, it is very rude, Luke. People of all age enjoy this game. It shouldn't matter how old I am to just be sat here streaming and talking about Call of the Wild. Lots of people from all different places in the world, all different age ranges. Literally anybody and everybody of all different kinds enjoys this game, and I think that's part of what makes it beautiful. It's still very rude, OJB, like, really rude to say something like that, so. Thank you, mods, for dealing with it. You are amazing. Cheers, K-Flow. Appreciate it. Appreciate it, appreciate it, appreciate it. Oh, now the dog's here. He must have teleported. That was funny. Like, I'm not so in need of you now, bud. Kind of was doing your job for you. Don't think trying to be rude. I mean, it's the way that certain things were said. Spaceship. It's not very nice. Not very nice. Lots of people. I mean, Flinter doesn't stream with a webcam. Same reason. Just doesn't really add to a hunting game very much. And not everybody likes using a webcam. Actually, out of how many people that I watch, I don't think most of the people I watch use a webcam. Some use like a little, what do they call them? PNGs? And like animated ones. I thought about getting that, but I think you have to have like some sort of like tracking thing. And I don't think I would want to have like a tracking thing to wear. I know you can get some that just like light up when you speak. Yeah, K-Flow. Yeah. K-Flow, the wise. You learn. Unfortunate, unfortunate. You want Gecko Cam? Gecko Cam. G! Hi, G! You don't use a webcam because you don't want anyone to realise how hot you are? Of course, G. Of course. You'd be getting all the DMs, am I right? All the DMs. We got another big 4 here. We had a big 4 here last run as well. Is it just him though? Like, I'm not seeing any others. Hey, no. You're not going anywhere. Stop. Cease. Thank you. Mel the VTuber. I've thought about it. Like, some of them look pretty cool, I won't lie. My partner has a PNG one. And I think that just activates, like, when you talk. So it's not like, it doesn't, like, track your movement. I'm doing hand animations, like, you guys can see what I'm doing. But, it doesn't, like, follow your face. It's just, like, the mouth opens when it registers sound, I guess. So I thought about that. I've had a couple of people ask whether I would get something like that. Maybe in the future. But, I don't know. I'm pretty chill with this, to be honest. Actually, we should check the neighbouring zone. Mel the VTuber. You don't want stalkers, G? Get them all from Hunt Showdown. They come into stream and be like, this is the guy who sniped me? The guy who got the crazy headshot? And then you just get, like, all the stalkers. Hi, Barley! It's good to see you! So good to have you streaming, not gonna lie. They've all been while you've been working, so it's nice that I'm getting to do more with the game and the community. Yeah, it's really fun. Generally, everything's been pretty positive. Like, I would say 99.9% of it has been really, really positive. So, that's always really good. Like, it's a lovely community. And especially, like, all of the regulars and everything that I recognise, obviously, from commenting on videos and stuff. It's great to be able to chat in a, I don't know, like, a less... It's not, like, such a long process, do you know what I mean? Comments can take a while to get a response to and stuff. Is the pointer dog useful, in my opinion? Yeah. I would say it is in certain circumstances. So, I think the best example I've had of it being useful is with my melanistic black grouse on Salzwiesen. I actually managed to get him to point to the group. It wasn't specifically the melanistic, but he was with a group of females, and he was able to point out the group, and then I was able to find the male from that, which was really good because he was being like really difficult to actually track. So like in the right circumstances, it can really, really help with trying to find things, especially like specific things. If there's an animal in a herd or whatever, that can be really useful. So yeah, I'm a big fan of the pointer being there. Hey Jacoby! It's going pretty good. In terms of what's up, we're just shooting mule deer and chilling. And hoping that potentially a crate one spawns. Which would be really, really cool. Really, really cool. Gee, oh my gosh. G concentrates super hard. Gunhub. He has to, like, he's looking through the scope. Like, actually, like, properly looking through a scope. He's not looking into the screen. He's looking through the scope. So he's got to lean forward. That's how G gets those insane shots. I'm telling you. G's got, like, the most insane setup of all time. I just saw what you put. Mistress being the last person you should want to learn from. Mistress is cool. We like Mistress. Oh, oh, oh. Oh! Hello! That's a rather large deer. I wondered what that was for a second. I won't lie to you. Hello! Is it wonky or something? I don't recognise that rat. Bear, go away. Oh my gosh, they're so loud. Hey, Chaos Goblin. Doing pretty good, doing pretty good. Doing pretty good. We have a really big level 5. I think it's wonky. I think that's what's throwing me off. Really big level 5 there, though. I'm pretty sure that's, like, a certain diamond. You have to get really close to the micropixels. Exactly, G. You know exactly what you're doing. Is that what... Like, I can't work out what's going on with that rack. And then we'll try and get that 3 as well. He'll die. I was hoping I could get another shot into him just to bring him down a bit quicker, seeing as it was the 308, but he's not going far. I think we got through into the guts. Sharpshooter skills. If you don't lean forward, then you aren't gaming. Yeah, you've got to do the gamer lean. And like when you're trying to look round a corner, you got to look round the corner in real life, right? And then you realise what you're doing. Big Male. No, it's Big Mel, remember? From Flinter's stream last night? God, that was funny. I was just sat here hunting on Call of the Wild, chilling. And then I hear Big Mel. I was like, what are you doing, dude? I think this guy's wonky. Yeah, because he's got different brow times there. So he's got the double on that side and the single on this side. A dime boy, 321.13, but only 199.83 kilos. So really, like, that's why it caught me off guard, because it looks like that. Is that what I think it is? It almost looks like... Oh, I'm not sure. That's a really stretch. You know, I'll save that one. I don't know why I've got a bronze saved. That might have been from an accident or early access or something. Very strange deer, but another diamond. Does dog not make me flinch thinking sometimes it's melanistic? All the time. All the time, but it's my preferred coat for them. I think it's really clean. I can't think. You're leaving Chaos? I couldn't think of the word. Take care. Have a good night, Chaos. Take care. Your Chaos was infecting my brain there, I think, so I couldn't speak. Gee, I can't believe you just said that. I'm not reading that one at all. Get anything fun while I was making noodles? No, just other than the big mail, unless you were here to see that. K-Flow thought that's a G-Man. Oh gosh. I see why G-Man said that now. Oh, it's just started raining here again. If you guys can hear that, let me know. I don't know if the mic will pick it up, but it's really loud. It's really loud. Oh gosh, it's pouring outside. Can you guys hear that? It's so loud. Maybe we're having a bit of a storm. I mean, I'm not surprised, G. It's you. I know you at this point. You've said way worse. Oh. Some of those stream conversations. Legendary. Legendary. You can hear it. I told you guys it's really, really loud. It just got louder. When it rains, because I'm up in the top, like in the roof, it's really loud when it rains. But I love it, because I find it quite soothing. I should be surprised that you didn't say something worse. I mean, you could have, to be fair. You being well behaved, G. I appreciate it. I'm only joking. Okay, so we've got a couple of decent ones here again. You know what is painful? Realising they reworked the models of Teal, Harley, and Canada Geese. So now you need brand new photos. Ugh, yeah. That is, I mean, yeah. I kind of wish they'd added more rares for the Canada Geese. I kind of wish that they'd kept the old bold leucistic with the, like, spotted neck, rather than changed it, because they changed that one into white hybrid, right, I think? And then, they made, brown hybrid rare. I don't know. We talked about this the other day. Changing the rarity of fur types kind of, it's confusing and I'll say frustrating at times. Like, if you had something that was a super rare and now it's not a super rare, or it wasn't a super rare and now people are gonna think it's a super rare because now that fur is a rare. Do you get what I mean? It can be frustrating in that aspect. So I kind of wish that sometimes they would add new variations, furs, plumages, instead of changing the rarity of existing ones. Maybe? When it rains, you get wet. Vine sound effect. Lol. Good old Vine. Vine, I think, was sort of more before even I really started using the internet. I see like Vine compilations on YouTube, obviously, that people brought across, but in terms of actually using Vine, I don't think I ever did. You mainly miss the bold leucistic? Same. And also the melanistic, I think, is a little bit less cool, because it's now got the white, like, band under the cheeks. Like, do you know what I mean? Like, round the back of the cheeks and underneath. It didn't used to have that. And it was such a clear identification feature of, oh, if it hasn't got the white band, then it's a melanistic. But now they do, so it's kind of weird. I wish that the melanistics were just like a pure jet black, like the melanistic mallards. That would be my ideal. Welcome back, Gunhead. Welcome back, welcome back. We had a few decent sized males at this lake, actually. I think we're doing a lot better today. A lot better. Even though we don't seem to be getting an extremely high rate of, like, diamonds. But then I never really did, I don't think, on the first grind either. Even though I'm, like, really quite herd managed, I just don't seem to get a lot of 5 spawning. But then my fox were the same, and have always been the same. I'll get like a few diamonds, and then nothing for ages. He left for a few seconds, I think, K-Flow. It wasn't very long. He was gone, and then he was back. All the bighorn snorting noises. I think the muleys and stuff must get like a little bit stuck with pathing around here because they always seem to die in the same place. It's annoying that if you shoot another brown hybrid goose you won't be able to display it in your main lodge because you already have a diamond from when they were common. Yeah, that's exactly like what I'm saying. It's like having a super rare that isn't a super rare. It's confusing, I think. And then when new people come to the game, and then they see, like, if you have in your lodge, say my leucistic diamond chamois, technically that's not a super rare, but now it would be a super rare. And so trying to explain, like, oh, a super rare is any diamond with a rare fur, and then they'll see that in, like, people's lodges or whatever, and they'll be like, oh, it's a super rare, but it's not, because of they changed the rarity of the furs. And that, you know, some animals have had rarity changes multiple times, like, Miriam turkeys with the plumages, for light brown. Canada geese have had multiple changes. So, it just gets really confusing, I think. And I think piebald mallard and cinnamon teal should be rare. Like, I know that's kind of going against what I just said, but I don't think it helps having a piebald animal that isn't a rare. Again, kind of with the confusing thing. I'm very much in favour of the idea of having a colour system for the furs in the harvest screen to help people know what is and isn't a rare, because especially for players that, you know, they're not playing all the time, sort of thing. There's a lot of furs in this game, and plumages and stuff. And I mean, dark brown does not sound rare for most things. Like, okay, yeah, albino, melanistic, piebald. You automatically, I think for most people, go, oh yeah, that's a rare. Which in most cases, yeah, it is. But then you've got piebald mallard and they're not rare. And it's like, okay, it doesn't really make sense. You got a piebald diamond axis here that you don't count as a super rare because of the time I got it. Yeah, I remember the axis deer thing. I was a bit sad about the axis deer thing, personally. I remember when the update came out, I was just starting to make content then, I think it was. And I saw, the first lake I went to, I saw a level 5, and I shot it, and it was a max weight, really huge diamond. And I remember at the time, because it was like I said, as soon as the update came out, a couple of my friends and me were joking, saying, oh, also that deer just got smoked, but saying, oh, the typical Mel luck, first lake you go to has got max weight, absolute giant diamond. And then I found out very quickly that they were kind of everywhere, and it was just like, oh, it's not really special. They're everywhere. I've tried to, like, replace any diamonds that I've got then with ones that have come out, like, with Emerald Coast or whatever. I think the one that's on my wall that I showed when I walked around my lodge the other day for the first stream, at the end of the first stream, that one I'm pretty sure is there because it is one that I got, like, relatively recently from Emerald Coast, so it's like a more legit diamond. Not that the other ones weren't legit, but they were over spawning, do you get what I mean? And it just felt less like an achievement. You're working on it, but an in-game system would be super helpful. It really would, Graves, for real. Just something to give people that don't play all the time or don't know, you know, all the information. Because there's a lot of information with this game, like, a lot. And I think anything that helps people is, you know, really useful. You use the unofficial app all the time to see what's rare. See, I would recommend the apps, but so many times I've had people come to me and say, oh, the app says this is a rare, or the app says this isn't a rare, and it's wrong. So, have I ever seen an animal make diamond 2 levels below max? Never. There are some species that I have seen make diamond below, like diamond 1 level below, water buffalo, tigers, whitetail, you know, there's a few species, moose. There's a lot of true rack species that tend to do it, and a lot of the newer species tend to be able to make it 1 level down. But I have never seen an animal make it 2 levels down. I know that I have seen circulating in the community, it was either a level 6 or a level 7, quote-unquote, diamond water buffalo, and I have to think that that was from a hacked server and they didn't realise or something, because that hasn't been a thing. I mean, I remember when they brought out the tree racks for water buffalo, they were broken, and you could get like level 4 and 5 diamond female water buffalo when that came out. But that hasn't been a thing in a long, long time. So I was very sceptical when I saw that being floated around. Yeah, level 3 won't make diamond if they max at 5. No, there's no way. No way. I can't ever see that happening because, right, this is the thing. It's like with tree racks, right? That people could make the argument and be like, oh, well, it's tree racks. Maybe it's like crazy wide or something. This, at the end of the day, this is a game. It is a system. It is going to have limitations. It just is. It's the same, like, debate about whether max scores truly exist for tree racks or not. And I'll talk about that specifically in a second. But at the end of the day, there are going to be, like, limits that have had to be set for the game to be able to work as intended. Otherwise, you would have, like, potentially all kinds of level animals making diamond or gold or really weird things wouldn't make sense and it wouldn't fit the system of the game. Like, for example, if this level 3 Mule had antlers that somehow the system had generated turned, like, all the way round, almost, then, like, that could be, like, a really high-scoring gold, a diamond, something ridiculous. There are preset shapes for the racks, and clearly there has to be sort of let's call it an upper limit and a lower limit of what is possible, because it's a game. There's not an infinite amount of possibilities when there's set rack shapes. If there weren't set rack shapes, then I think it would be, like, more possible. If they could have an unlimited number of times that could face in any direction, or, you know, stuff like that. But there are presets. So there kind of is limitations to what can happen. So maybe, I don't know, I'm just spitballing. Say the antlers have a maximum of a 90-degree angle and maximum of 6 points total for such score and such weight or whatever. There are, like, limits. And that leads me into the whole, is there really a max for tree rack species? I used to be sort of in the camp of no, there isn't, because in theory there shouldn't be. But the system, again, is going to have limits. Otherwise we'd see insane things. Mule deer that would have antlers that I guess would look like Great One antlers on a diamond sort of thing. You know, if they were truly randomly generated, then there would feasibly be like an unlimited score. But even in Classic, where I'd say there's less sort of preset shapes, and it's more flexible, even that has like a clear limit. There's things that haven't been surpassed. So what I tend to say for tree rat species, so things like mule deer or whitetail's a prime example, is when we're talking about max score, it's the highest known max. Like, that is the current known max score. No one currently has shot a whitetail that scores over 275.53. Out of all of the people that grind whitetail, which is like one of the most popular species to grind, no one has shot a diamond with a higher score. That is the highest score that has been obtained, and it's like that specific score has been obtained multiple times. That suggests to me that that's at the upper possibility of what the system can spawn. Now, there may come a day where someone on their grind goes, hey, I've just shot a whitetail that's a 275, what was it, 275.5, I don't know, 5.4 instead of 5.3 or whatever. And it's like, oh, okay, that's 0.1 higher than what we thought was possible. And so then that would become the highest known max. But it's, like, I would say, with the amount of people that hunt certain species, whether it's mule deer or whitetail or moose or whatever, that you would see, like, higher and higher scores get posted if there was truly no upper limit. Eventually, like, there would be ones that crop up, but it's been, I'd say, a couple of years since someone shot a whitetail. Well, no one shot one bigger since the first 275.53, if that makes sense. If there was the possibility of being 275.54, I feel like someone would have shot it by now, and we would see those being posted. I hope that makes sense. It's a coding thing at the end of the day, right? There's got to be limits that they put in to stop things getting ridiculous. Otherwise, like I said, we'd have mule deer. Remember the laser beam mule deer rack? Where it like glitched out and would like go into the stratosphere with its times and stuff? I mean, theoretically, if there was no max score, stuff like that could happen, right? Like, just randomly generated. Like that. If that makes sense. So yeah, I think there is upper ends and lower ends. And I think it's the best way to say it is the current known max. That's the way I always say it. And that way, if there is people that say, no, there isn't a max, then by saying the current known max, that sort of covers all your bases, I feel. Like, because, yeah, that's what we currently know as the highest score. But maybe somehow, someday, it changes. Somehow. Who knows? Even due to a bug or something. Yeah, the laser beam mule deer racks were insane, weren't they, Gunhub? I had a few of those, and their scores would be crazy. They were like the highest you could get. Oh no, not the laser beam ones. There was the laser beam, and then there was the backwards mule deer rack that was just completely backwards. Like, it was not facing the right way at all, and that would get an insane score because it was facing way too far back. I'll try and demonstrate with one of these muleys I've just shot. But, like, instead of facing forwards, the rack was literally, if you took the two antlers, right, imagine it's like holding your hands together with your thumbs as the brow tines. Instead of them facing, like, sideways like that, they were, like, literally, like, twisted in on themselves. it was really, really weird. And that, at the time, was, like, the highest scoring rack you could get. When all of the other racks scored, I don't know, 200 and something normally, that one would score, like, 300 and something, I think. I remember it was a ridiculous difference between, like, the two biggest racks. Because that one was so broken. I actually thought it was quite cool. Because it looked, like, non-typical how it had grown. If it, you know, if it was a real mule deer, that's, like, something that would be a non-tip. But now it's, they actually have, like, changed the rack so that it faces forward properly. But I think I have a few of those crazy looking racks. I know I've got them in videos. In fact, the first True Racks Mule Deer Diamond I got, I believe, was one of those. And it was a level 7. Those were the ones that were level 7s because they had such high scores, so they were, like, the really, really big ones. Like, because when they came out, they were so broken that you had level 6s and 7s. And yeah, mine was a level 7. And it had that rack, and it was on parquet. I remember it so vividly. Being like, what the heck is that? Like, that's really different. So, yeah, they have to have these limits, otherwise you'd have racks like that spawning all the time. So, there's clearly some limitations in place, which makes sense. It makes sense. As the Classic has the same. Like I said, Classic's more of a flexible system, I would say. Less, like, predetermined shapes and stuff, but there's still, like, known sort of maxes that are kept records of. So, it's very interesting. And I know it can cause a lot of debate. Especially around the legitimacy of trophies, which, don't get me wrong, I am very, very much in the camp of legitimate trophies are important. It is important that your trophies are legitimate. And when someone comes and posts a diamond that's like 2 levels, 3 levels below max and says, hey, I got this in single player, I've never used any mods or something, then it's like a whole detective team that goes into being like, what the heck? What? Like, this doesn't make any sense. And there are certain species that we've been told... I remember we've been told that technically, and I want to stress this very clearly, we have been told technically any animal in the game, any species, could make Diamond 1 level below. But there is no evidence of that for a number of species. In fact, most of them. Lynx, Cape buffalo, lions, wolves. Like, I remember when that first got said, it was on a live stream, back when EW did all the live streams, that supposedly every animal could make Diamond 1 level below max, even animals without true racks, like predators and stuff. And I was like, surely not, because I've never seen a level 8 diamond fox, or a level 8 diamond mountain lion, or whatever. And, multiple times over the years, I've had people tell me, oh yeah, I shot a mythical diamond Cape buffalo, and I'm like, great, send me a picture of it. I'm happy to be proven wrong. Like, happy to be. I'm not, like, so... I'm trying to think of an appropriate way to put it. I'm not so full of myself to believe that I can't be proven wrong on things. And maybe it has happened. You know? Maybe someone has shot legitimately somehow. I don't know how. But a level 8 diamond grey wolf. But there has never been a picture of one. And my issue with that is, if there's no evidence, then how can we know that it is real? Kind of thing. Especially when so many, like, level 9s are trolls, and, like, level 8s don't get close. And every time I've had someone tell me that they have shot an animal that has never, ever, ever, ever been known to make diamond below its max level. Like I said, Cape Buffalo, lions, wolves. I've heard several. I ask them for a picture, and then they either completely ghost and never ever post the picture, or come back to me and say, oh no, it was a level 9 and I botched it, and it was a gold, and I got confused. The day you see an 8 mythical diamond snow leopard is the day you stop complaining about the Great One system. That is something I have heard is actually a thing though, Graves. I have heard that mythical snowies can make it. That is one I have heard, which wouldn't surprise me. I'm more inclined to believe that, because level 8 tigers can. And you can actually have level 8 tigers that aren't max weight estimate. Have I ever seen a level 8 female fox? Yeah, several. Lots of them. See, we know for a fact what the max score is for female fox, and that they could never potentially make diamond. Hey, oh, we got another huge level 5, guys, look at that. Things are looking up, guys. I knew it. That one level 5 that we had was screwing us for a long time. Yeah, we unfortunately do know what the absolute upper limit is for a level 8 red fox female, because I remember Flinter, he's talked about it on stream, so it's not like it's secret information. He ended up in a hacked server and shot a level 8 female red fox. It was one of the first animals he saw, and then he realised that the server was hacked, and every animal was like a max level, max weight, max score. And that's unfortunately a thing that people can do. It's unfortunate that there seems to be not just like one way of destroying the game. There's many, and that appears to be one of them. And yeah, so I can't remember what the exact score was, but we know that they can't get higher score than that, because that's how they score. I know for a fact that, because there was a little bit of speculation with Mississippi, right? I found several max weight estimate tracks for male cottontail rabbits. And I was always curious if they could make diamond. Because I thought that'd be like a really cool thing if there was like a small chance that like a really, really big male cottontail could make diamond. But every single track I followed, it was just quite a big gold. Now, one day, same thing happened to me as happened to Flinter. I ended up in a hacked server, didn't know it was a hacked server. The first thing I saw was a max weight estimate male cottontail. Now, I'd seen a few of them. It wasn't a rare or anything, so I shot it. And sort of mentally was like, oh, okay, big gold. And I think I then ran out into the cornfields, and there was just like groups of level 3 whitetail, level 5 hogs, you know, enough to be, oh, this is a hacked server. But it made me realise that clearly the person must have set everything to be like max, which is gross, and so they can't make diamonds. So there's things that I don't know about when it comes to scoring like that. It is unfortunate, Graves, and it's just one of those things that you wish wouldn't happen, but it does. There we go. So that's what? Diamond... Technically Diamond 2, but would be the third diamond on the stream today. 325.28. It's a very nice deer. Very nice deer. But yeah, it's unfortunate that it's something you have to pay such close attention to in multiplayer. But yeah, until I see like someone come up and post a cape, like a level 8 diamond cape or something, it's, I don't know, I like need to see evidence of it happening. It's like if anybody would post a level 8 diamond links, I would have thought it would have been Cashnip, because Cashnip grinded links so much. You know, they've got a couple super rare links. They know everything about the cats in this game. They're a cat expert. which is really cool. But, like, if anyone would have seen it, I would have thought it would have been them. You know? Like, there's certain people that have, like, real specific, passionate, like, grinds for certain species just because they like them so much. And I'm like, well, if anybody would get one, it'd be surely one of these people. And they've never seen one. You shot some gold females with 13 or 12 score and change, not sure max. I forget what it is, but I just remember Flinter talking about it on streams. Remember him saying that it was very obviously accidental because we do not support any kind of, you know, game file manipulation. It's not in the terms of service for the game. I hate it, quite plainly. I really, really hate it. There's been so many hunts where, you know, you think you found something good and then you get heartbroken because you realise that it's just messed up, like, and it's just, yeah. I hate it. I hate it, I hate it, I hate it. And it's unfortunate, and I wish there was a way that we could, like, ban them from multiplayer. I really, really do. But, yeah. My streams are so cool and interesting. I'm glad they're interesting. I try to share as much knowledge as possible. Like, I hope that after nearly 8,000 hours on PC, I think, or 8,000 hours total, I can't remember. I know I've got 1,000 hours on Xbox, and then I'm coming up for another round 1,000 hours on PC, but I can't remember if it's coming up for 7,000 on PC or 8,000. I can't remember. I'd have to look on Steam. Like, I'd hope that after however many 1,000 hours anyway, that I would, like, I have some knowledge at least that I can maybe help people with, and that's something I'm very passionate about, is trying to help people and share. Like, this is something I do because I like to share it with people. Do I think Fable, Piebald, Whitetail still exist? Do you know, I think they do. Whether they spawn like they're supposed to, though, I'm not sure. I'm not sure. There was a whole conversation that I heard about people not even being able to force spawn them in because they don't exist, and I don't believe any of that at all. Do you know? Like, I don't believe that. Like, the example I gave during that conversation, again, this was a conversation on stream, not this, like, my stream, but other creator stream. I mean, we saw people with pink lions being posted that they thought were legit, that came from multiplayer. It's like, no, there's not pink lions in the game. There might be some crazy looking things, but there isn't pink lions. Your 4th dime was a max score diamond male Gemsbok, and now you have 4 great ones. Justin, that's awesome. That's really, really cool. The Gemsbok, actually, especially, they're really, really rare. So, congrats. If you have to cheat in an easy hunting game, you're an ultimate loser. Honestly, it's the ruining other people's experiences as well. Like, I don't know. I'm not that kind of person at all. I would rather help somebody, like, than cause somebody to think that they got something cool and then it's not, or, like, let's just say a lot of the modders I've encountered in multiplayer, again, by accident, because you can't tell until you're in there, have not been nice people either. So, like, generally really horrible stuff has been said to me, to other people that I've seen, and it's like, okay, this is just vile. Why would you go out of your way to do this? So, I hate that in games. I think, you know, it's nice to have a happy community and try and be nice to people. Example, if anyone showed me a level 8 diamond fox, I'd call them a liar to their face. If you did, I'd accept that as a fact because you know my shit dedication. That's a huge compliment, I take that as a huge compliment that you trust me, like, that much. Like I said, I try to, because I've played this game so much, I do know, I hope I know, like, a decent bit about the game after so long. So, there are certain things that, it's quite easy to pick up on after a while, like, yeah, that isn't right, sort of thing. Okay, now how does a level 4 at Manitoban elk score silver? I think they're one of those species, kind of like reindeer, I think, that sometimes they can be weird. Unless, you botched it. But I think sometimes... I've seen level 4s that look freaking massive that don't score that high. So I think maybe they are a little bit unusual. You knew someone that tried to spawn one in? Spawns a regular, so maybe the fur itself is bugged? I mean, who knows? Who knows? Could well be. That's awesome, Gunhub. 3 diamond males? Feel like modders are usually really young people / kids. Yeah, I agree with that, Luke. Again, from the sheer behaviour of a lot of them, like I said, toward me and toward other players, just in general, has been so vile that I kind of assume that. Because generally, like, I feel like older community members are generally way more polite. I feel like the really rude ones don't tend to stick around as much. Am I ever going to play Classic? I am going to try and install Classic. Now, I do have a 5070 Ti card now. So, I've heard through Flinter that some people were saying that Classic doesn't work on the 50 series cards. But then some people are telling him that they're literally playing it on a 50 series card. So, I will try and install it. I'm hoping it'll work, because I had countless issues with it on my last PC. And we will see if we can get it running, because I would really like to play Classic. I was actually scrolling through the trophy gallery in the official Discord last night, and someone got some rare wolves, so I was really excited. Oh, I did have Classic, MWF Fishing. I don't know how to abbreviate your name, MWF? I did have it on my other PC, played it a lot, but then I started to have struggles with it, not wanting to run properly, so, both my PC and Classic, that is. Like, I couldn't even play the Halloween event last year, because it made my PC lag out so bad. So, I'm really, really hoping that I can get it to run on my new setup. Not sure if it was max weight, never checked that then, may have been, but it was max score. You didn't even know it was max score, but then now you know it's max score, that's awesome. Awesome, 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 awesome. Yeah, hopefully we'll be able to get you into Classic. Call you Hexy? I will try to remember. I'll try. Can't guarantee I will remember, because doing lots of things, but I will remember. I'll try. I will try. But yeah, I'd really like I almost just said I'd really like a werewolf in Classic. I was trying to say I'd really like a rare wolf in Classic. Especially a Leucistic or an albino. Gosh, because we were talking about Halloween. That was quite funny. Yeah, I'd really like a rare one for the lodge. The white roam was so scary. Yeah, and I didn't really get to experience it. I didn't even get most of the animals to tax to put in the lodge, because, like I said, it was just lagging the whole time, and that just meant constant death, which meant constant medkits, and eventually it just, like, I couldn't justify keep trying to do it after a while. If I get a rare wolf in Classic, skull mount it just to make sure, like Flinter. Definitely. Just go up to him and be like, hey, I got a thing today, and just send him a screenshot of, like, a melanistic wolf skull. Oh, that would be quite funny. I think I saw someone ask, but I can't see it now because it scrolled past. Ask how many great ones I've got. 64 great ones. Oh yeah, there it is, Justin. Yeah, I've got 64 great ones. I would try and list them all. I do think I know how many of each I've got. Got one, at least one of each, but I think everything except... Yeah, everything except Mule Deer I've got multiple of. At least 2. So... The event farmed your money. Yeah, because of the medkits. Did I see the feeder leak? Yeah, with the, like, feeder station looking icon thing that was coming up. Almost like a bait station-y thing. It's, I don't know. I don't know whether it's just a bug, but then, like, why is it appearing? I don't know. They haven't said anything about it. So, I don't know if it was it could be a placeholder, I don't know. I'm reluctant to say too much about it, because nothing has been said about it. And I feel, like, generally they kind of own their leaks, so... I don't know. It's a weird one. If feeders are coming, I'd be really excited. I think it could be fun for grinds and stuff. So, could be really interesting. Especially, like... I don't know how they'd do it, whether it would create a zone or something, but maybe if it could, like, attract different, say, like, I don't know, if, I'm trying to think, like, what would they logically have feeders for? Bears is in Classic. Maybe it could be, like, fun for trying to get bears into better shooting locations? I don't know. Be interesting. Now, important question. Who do you think would win in a Tesco car park brawl at 3 AM? Flinter or Flantro? Definitely Flantro. Justin, when your Great One Bear spawns currently 1,300 kills in, you're going to press new game because you love exploring fresh maps. See what trophies you've got. You would do multiplayer, but you've got terrible luck. I was talking about hitting new game when I got this PC, but I want to try and get at least a couple of... Great One Mule Deer before I have to before I redo it, if that makes sense. Does anyone else think that there could have been a really clever faked image? No, I know it must be legit, K-Flow, because someone sent me a screenshot of it actually popping up on my stream the other day. I think it was my first stream, or second stream that I did. It was one of the, like, ones that went really smoothly. Apparently it actually popped up on my stream and someone sent me a picture of it and was like, hey, did you see this pop up on your stream? And I was like, no, I wasn't paying attention. But yeah, it was actually in my stream. So I know it must exist, because it was there on my game, which is wild. Craziness. Absolute craziness. I'm really curious what that could be, though. New DLC, maybe? If it's a thing, you wonder if it's going to be bear feeders? I'd really, really like to see, like, feeders maybe even for different animals. Imagine if you could, like, place feeders for, like, tar to get them into, like, better shooting positions. Because I feel like just bears might be boring. Really? Tried to get it on your game and they couldn't do it? Yeah! I don't know, I don't even know how it happened. I was doing something, I think changing the time or something. I was at a tent. And, boom! Up it popped without me even realising. So do you play on PC but with a controller? Yep, that's exactly it. On a laptop. Like, currently I'm sat now with a laptop to my side that's hooked up to a TV. I've got, they call them like an overbed, like, board thing. It's normally something like, it's like a tray. You can put keyboard, mouse, laptop, anything you need to put on there. That's got my mic and that attached to it, and a keyboard and mouse, for when I need to use keyboard and mouse, which is wireless. And then, yeah, I've got a controller plugged into the laptop, so it's a little bit of a sort of, I guess, chaotic setup, but it works. Oh my god, dear feeders for Classic. Yeah, that would be amazing. Sorry, I was taking a drink. Yeah, deer feeders in Classic. I think Dip, who is constantly trying to get his 200 whitetail, would lose his mind if he could have, like, feeders set up for whitetail. Don't think we'd ever hear from him again. He'd just be sat all day at feeders, trying to get that gosh darn 200. It makes me feel genuinely quite bad that I just lucked into 100 so early, into a 200 so early on. Because literally this is how my hunt went for my 200 whitetail. I loaded up red feather, I went onto red feather, I walked round to the left-hand side, like to go up the islands. I got to the first, like literally the first couple of islands, and I heard a buck grunt. I called it. That buck came out. I jokingly said to the people I was in call with at the time, lol, I saw someone post a 200-inch whitetail in the Classic chat the other day that looked just like this, because it was a high rack. Shot it. It ran a couple of meters, because somehow it was a body shot, even though it was directly in the chest. And boom. 200 whitetail, 201. And I just kind of sat there like, oh. And I put in like, the Classic chat and everything in Flint's Discord. Like, I've just shot a 200 whitetail. It's the first animal I'd shot that hunt. And they were like, oh my gosh, we need pictures. And my problem was, I was trying to get a decent picture, and I couldn't get pictures for some reason to upload without finishing a game. It's a bison. I'm not gonna bother with the bison. I'm really not fussed. If it was wolves, I would kill them for hopeful rare respawns. But yeah, I couldn't get pictures to upload so that I could post them without ending the hunt. So I said to everyone, well, this is literally the first animal I've shot. I don't want to end the hunt. And everyone's like, no, we need to see evidence that you've actually killed a 200 whitetail. So I ended the hunt. So in that hunt, there is one animal, and it's a 200 whitetail. I'd love to go back and find the hunt history just to screenshot that, because, yeah, that happened. Insane. Deer hunting camp might give Classic a run for its money. Yeah, I kind of would like it if they did, like, different things. You need to get a PC because there are so many games that you want to play, but you can only... Oh, right, yeah, I get it. I kind of wish that people would stop, like, developers would stop making games PC exclusive or Xbox exclusive. I feel like make a game that everyone can play is the way. Can people mod in Classic? Yes. Yeah, they can. And it's always quite funny. Because it's so obvious, again, to people that have played for a long time. And, okay, maybe I haven't played for as long as some people, but I've been watching Flinter for years. A lot of the people I know have played Classic for years, and quite often if I'm not playing a game, I'm watching someone else play a game, generally. Because I don't watch a lot of TV, it just doesn't interest me. And even, like, if I'm sat playing Call of the Wild, like, I'm watching someone else play something, generally. Occasionally I've got music on, and I'm, like, vibing to music, and especially if things are getting real crazy, then I'll have music on. But generally, it's a video, it's a stream, it's something. So you learn, even, like, without being the person in control. Like, there's so many games that I have probably, like, really weird knowledge on, and obscure knowledge, from watching people go for, like, 100% runs, and trophy runs, all kinds of stuff like that. And Classic is one of them. And it's so freaking obvious. Like, there was a guy back when, again, this is a story that, a lot of the stories I have about these kind of things are, like, shared between, like, me and Flinter, because they're stuff that I either sent him or we talked about or whatever. Back when we had the creator competitions, Flinter was doing, I think it was Tree Kiwis competition, and Flinter was doing really well. He wanted to try and win it, and I remember him sending me, like, the updates into our group chat and being like, oh yeah, doing really, really well. Ah, man, someone's just overtaken me or whatever. The guy that overtook him for first place comes into Flinter's Discord and starts bragging about it. And we're like, okay, cool, you're in first place now. And then one of the guys in the classic chat, this was a moment of all time, pulls up the guy's hunt history, and it was like, right, I don't remember the exact stats, so I'm gonna just, like, give an example. It was like 30 animals shot within 5 minutes, all with the 12 gauge shotgun at, like, 0.05 meters, kind of, like, that kind of level of ridiculous. It was stupid. And so, a group of us started, like, grilling him, like, hey, how did you kill this many animals in this short time? And how did you get so close to this many animals in this short of a time? Like, all with a shotgun as well, not with, like, a bow or something? How you do it? And this guy goes, you guys don't know? Tree stands are OP. We're like, tree stands don't stop animals spooking from a gunshot. And to get that many animals at a tree stand in that level of time and kill them all with a shotgun at that distance, it was just absolutely ludicrous, and it went on for hours. But because we have, like, the hunt history in Classic, you could see it, like, it's there laid out bare that they're clearly cheating. So a report got sent to the devs, and he was banned by the next day. Like, the devs in Classic ban modders and cheaters really, really quick, and it's great. I remember there was a time, the video is on this channel, right? There was a competition for the closest shot on a puma, right? And I was like, right, I'm going to work really hard to try and do this, because I started getting into trying to win competitions and stuff. And basically, when you get in and out of a tree stand or tripod, or suddenly stand up in front of an animal in Classic, it's kind of like when you run at an animal in Call of the Wild from behind or whatever. Sometimes it takes them a few seconds to, like, react and to actually spook. So my plan initially was get in a tree stand or a tripod, call a puma in, get out, run at it, and shoot. Like, as quick as I possibly could. Now, I got a call from a male puma, but I was nowhere, if I remember correctly, that I either could put a tripod or a tree stand. So I just led on a rock. Straight up just led on a rock and called this thing in as close as it would come. And then I quickly stood up and ran at the thing, like, straight at its face, with the gun pointed at it. And I ended up being so close that the first 2 shots missed at point blank, because it was, like, I guess having trouble rendering that I was that close to it. It was really, really weird. But the puma kind of got stuck and stood in place. I ended up stood on top of its back and shooting it down, because I had time to reload the gun. It was a double shot gun. A 2-shot. And I tried to put both shots into it. They missed, if I remember correctly. I reloaded and then managed to get another shot off, which went, like, I was pointing at the gun, like, basically into the puma at this point. It was a bit like, if anyone saw the stream with Dip and Flinter and the bison, and Dip ran up to the bison and the gun was literally inside the bison when he shot it, from Flinter's perspective. It was basically that. And it killed it. And the distance was, like, 0.04 meters. And I was like, surely that's going to be top place. I wasn't even top 10. I wasn't even top 10. And I remember putting it in the video, being like, how could I have got any closer? I'm literally on the thing. Like, I guess it glitched, or it was trying to attack me, or something. But how could I have physically got any closer, and I'm still not even, like, gonna place? And then I got told to go and look at the leaderboards, because for those competitions, there was always cheaters for those distance comps. And sure enough, all of the entries were, like, cheated. So I just was like, okay, I won't try these comps anymore. Just do score ones. What was the question? Sorry, I was talking stories. Kind of want classic that to call the wild. Mule, great one racks for non-tips. Honestly, I don't know whether I would or not. I really, really like classics non-tips. Like, the big non-tip Mule Deer and Classic are incredible looking. Like, incredible looking. I really would like a 300 plus non-tip in Classic for Mule Deer. Good budget PC that runs Cool World and other games good. Yeah, I'd say Flinters for that, what like K-Flow said. I saw a Classic video doing a drive run. That was crazy to see. Yeah, they're insane. I've been in a couple of drives and it's chaos. Little excuse, yeah. It was funny watching him try to defend it. Any development in Classic for a long time except Halloween events? Yeah, Classic doesn't seem to be getting a whole lot of new stuff anymore, which is big sad. I really wish they would, like, I don't know, revamp Classic, do a new version of Classic, something. Justin, that's basically what I would want. If Classic and Call of the Wild could have a child game, yeah. Yeah, if Call of the Wild had a Classic mode, to be able to go onto a map every time and have a fresh spawn, so you didn't have to grind. I know we would have the issue that we have in Classic with people spawn mashing, I guess, but it's like so hard. We talked about this on stream the other day. For a developer's perspective, it's got to be so hard to try and make something that people aren't going to try and intentionally exploit. And I find that so sad. Like, that's probably why it seems that initial spawn great ones aren't a thing anymore. Because we know for a fact that people were getting them by resetting their population files over and over. Effectively like spawn mashing in Call of the Wild. Just to try and get great ones, and it seems like that's probably why they seem to have stopped initial spawns being a thing, which is sad. Because, as we discussed, it kind of gave people that don't grind and stuff a chance that maybe when a new map comes out or whatever, that they could possibly have one. So that's really sad. And then it's like trying to stop spawn mashing if you have fresh spawns every time. It's just, you know, like, it almost feels like there's no winning to stop people trying to exploit stuff, which is sad. It's sad. I just wish, you know, people wouldn't do the things they do. You feel like if people were to mod Call of the Wild, it should be stuff like backfills, custom remodels, new species. And then if they're crazy enough, new maps, lodges. Like, if the game, I don't know, got opened up to modding, like where it was acceptable, then maybe, yeah. The reason I'm so against it is because the devs are against it. Games that allow mods, or, you know, developers that don't mind mods and stuff, I've got no issue with it. Like, if the devs are fine with it, or even support it, or, you know, like Planet Zoo, for example, that's the example I normally use. There's several of their, like, I'd call them, like, official content creators. people that get early access to stuff and that they make mods for the game with, like, custom species and stuff. But then Frontier gives them early access and stuff. They're not against modding at all, because at the end of the day, it's a creative game, right? So who are you harming? Like, you make your zoo a little bit prettier because you've got a custom-made flower or something, you know? It's not harming anybody at all. And so the devs are like, okay, you mod at your own risk. You know, if it breaks something, that's not on us. You've downloaded something, which I think is fair. But they clearly don't mind. Otherwise they wouldn't let, like, people that actively make and share mods and videos on mods, they wouldn't give them early access to stuff, right? So that, in that kind of case, I don't mind. I'd use mods for Planet Zoo to have, like, prehistoric deer or whatever, because it's okay from the dev's perspective. Like, it's not against terms of service or anything, but it is for Call of the Wild, and it is for Classic. It's against the rules. And yeah, okay, call me a goody two-shoes or whatever. I like to stick to rules. Like, that's me. I will always stick to rules. Something like Ark Survival, yeah, that's got good mods. Hi, Burp King. How are you doing? Player-made maps and animals, yeah. Cool, wild. Yeah, Graves. I know what you're referring to. Your PB non-tip mule during Classic is a 333. Ooh, I'm jealous. You love my old Classic vids? They're really enjoyable. I think my old Classic videos are terrible. I would like to make new ones and have them be better. We talk about this all the time. Content improves over time. The more you do it, you evolve, kind of deal. But, yeah, I feel like my old Classic videos aren't great. Your second Great One Mule Deer just spawned, Burp King, and it's the exact same combo as your first one? I am so sorry. Oh, man. Like, congrats on getting a second, but I'm so sorry it's the same combo. I'm sorry. What kind of change do you think Classic would need to boost its popularity? Honestly, just new content. New content and a graphics update. Like, I think that's all they need to do to overhaul Classic. Like, modernise it. If they could, right. If you could physically grab Classic, put it into, like, an engine that is newer, maybe not too fancy, maybe doesn't need to be the fanciest thing in the world, but just newer, so that it's got, you know, higher graphic settings that people can opt for if they want to. Because I think part of the appeal for Classic is that you don't necessarily need a fancy rig for it to run on, if you get what I mean. But I think the option would help for some people that do really like the graphics. Because I get that comment a lot on stuff. Like, oh, I'd really like to play The Season or Classic, but I can't get past the graphics. So, for people like that, I think that option would really help. And then just, like, add new maps, add new animals, and, like, continue development with it. It's, like, they made the great big new lodge, and I think that helped, but they need more animals, more maps, more variety. Because that's something I feel with Classic, is I get stuck. Like, I will just hunt mule deer, you know? Oh, K-Flow, it was sarcasm. It was sarcasm. Graves knows that that's against the rules. Was a joke. A meme. Because of certain things that have happened in the past. The graphics on Classic don't even look that bad. No, they don't. Especially, like, when you run them at the higher end. But, yeah, I do find that I get stuck hunting the same species. Normally mule deer. And, like, whitetail. Because they've got, nom tips and stuff like that. I get stuck in like repetitive cycles, whereas like Call of the Wild, I can go and hunt bighorn and then alligators or all the different duck species. And I mean, Classic's duck hunting is still superior, like for how it works. If they could make Call of the Wild's duck hunting work like Classic's duck hunting, it'd be great. Yeah, tigers, snow leopards, like, there's such a variety. It's over 100 species in Call of the Wild, versus, like, Classic has, I don't know, gosh, off the top of my head, 25, 30, maybe? Like, it's a real difference. Hey, Krillix, how's it going? How's it going? How is it going? Hopefully really good. I've just realised how long we've been going for. Might make this the last run. Just, you know, so I can have a breather. Because I have now been doing content for, like, I don't even know. Because, like, hours, because I did the video just before, and then I went, made a drink, and then went live. So, maybe make this the last run, we'll see. Oh, I see, you've changed your name a little bit. I see, I'm sorry. Hi, Kraken. Of course, I know, of course I recognise your name from the comments. Hi, Kraken. Sorry, I totally didn't, I didn't see the, like, the second part. Sorry. Trying to read comments and, track. Sorry. But of course I recognise you. You are one of the regulars. Yeah. Cough, cough, tigers. All good. Love to see the content again. I'm so glad that you're pleased to see it. I'm really pleased to be, like, back. And, it's fun being able to do something a little bit different as well. And you know, it means that I'm providing more content as well. One last run is just one more piece of chocolate in the Call of the Wild world. It really is. Because you put it down, and then you're like, I kind of want to go and see what's spawned from the last run, because it could be there. You really wish you were good at content creating, just don't know how to get yourself to do it. It's kind of complicated for you. It's a process to start off with, I think is the best way to say it. There's like, I really struggled when I first started. My first videos, like way back on the channel, they are just clips from Xbox, because I was on Xbox. We have another deer with this exact same rack here again. I swear, this deer just keeps being reincarnated. But yeah, my first videos are literally just clips from Xbox stitched together of trophy animals. And then people were like, hey, you should talk in your videos. People really like you, and you know, it'd be cool to hear what you've got to say about things as well, not just see the trophies, but like hear what happened. And that's when I like started to do voiceovers and stuff. My first voiceover videos, and like, gosh, they're so, like, to me they're so cringe. I guess to other people they're probably not as bad, but I feel like when it's something you made and you look back at how you've progressed, you're like, oh gosh, that was bad, like, compared to now. Like, I still always think, like, I can improve this, I can improve that, but my original videos with voiceover were done using a iPhone headphone set, that's all. Just the microphone on an iPhone set of headphones. And then, like, eventually I evolved to getting a proper mic. And, okay, it wasn't the fanciest mic in the world, it was just a little stand mic. But that did me for a long time, like, that worked pretty well. And now we're sat here with, like, a Blue Yeti mic on a boom arm, which just feels so... I said it makes me feel like an actual content creator. Like, it's just like, oh wow, like, it's progressed so much. So, I feel like with videos, just start small and work your way up from there. Don't try and force yourself to do stuff you're not comfortable with. Move at your own pace. Because at the end of the day, I feel like unless you get really, really lucky with the algorithm, things don't tend to take off overnight in general. So you're kind of, a troll, by the way, which is what I thought, which is why I shot it with 300. I feel like you're always sort of, like, slowly progressing. Like, it's very, very few people go and post one video and it blows up and suddenly everything's gone crazy, you know? And generally it's like a steady progression of confidence and quality, and I feel like they go hand in hand. Like, yeah, K-Flow saying go back and watch some of Flinter's first videos. I've watched help if I could speak. I have watched Flinter's first videos several times, and to me, I think they're great. But I know he looks back and cringes at those, like, himself. Like, I go back and cringe at mine. And we have another massive level 5. This makes me want to keep going. Because what if it spawns? And then we could get it on film, and then we don't have to grow muleys next stream. Okay, we might do one more run after this. Oh, because the big males are showing up. But yeah, I feel like as your confidence progresses, that's like as your quality progresses as well. Do you know? Hi, Kyla. How are you? So good to see you. To be fair, K-Flow, he's still cringe in your eyes. Bless him. Flinter's amazing. And so are you, Kyla. You are both absolutely amazing and lovely. Then maybe a great one on stream. It's gonna spawn soon. That's... I don't know. Like, we're getting lots of big males, and it's making me not want to stop. Like, I was gonna stop after this run, and now... You kind of miss making videos, going, huh? Maybe get back to it. Even if they're just simple. If you enjoy it, keep doing it. And then, like I said, over time... what's the saying? From tiny acorns, mighty oaks grow. I'm doing really well, Kyla. Again, we've had a pretty good stream. We had a bit of a, you know, a weird thing earlier with chat, but everything's been, other than that, really, really smooth. And we're having a decent amount of big males spawn now. And it's making me not want to stop, just in case I can get it to spawn. Because it'd be so exciting to have spawn on stream, a great one for the first time. Something I've always wanted to happen, you know? Always that one more run that never ends. Yeah. And we have a really, really big diamond at 336.80. Huge. The game knows when you're ready to be done for the day and gives you more stuff. Yeah. For real. And now we're getting all the diamonds, and it's like... Because we had a troll in the last run, in the last zone, and now we've got diamond here, so... Gosh, Graves, you're amazing. What editing software do I use? It's literally called HD Movie Maker, and I downloaded it from the Microsoft Store on my laptop. It's all I use. It is nothing fancy. I can't be doing with fancy editing software. For a while, I had Vegas Pro because I was recommended it. I couldn't get on with it. There was too many buttons, and I found it really overwhelming. So I just started using HD Movie Maker again, and it's like, it's absolutely fine for what I need, because I don't need super like crazy stuff. I just like a simple fade effect between clips, which I can do, and then bada bing, bada boom, put the voice over it. Simple as. I can put music in it, whatever I like need to do, it is done. It's very, very simplistic, but I like it. You know when I'm feeling the vibes when the Zelda music starts coming out. You were wrong. Yeah, just a small buck, not a great one for that zone. I always feel like it's going to be at this lake, and, like, this is not where I've even had one, so I don't know why I always feel like it's going to be here. But I always feel like I'm going to get one here. I think it's because there's normally so many bucks. Like, this is a really good zone. Like, see, we're getting, like, a lot of big falls and stuff as well. Man. Why you do this game? I was gonna go and chill. Was that a small one? I don't know. If it is, if it was, it's dead. Whoops. Do you mind? Can you actually, like, get shot? Just went out of render. And that one too. Oh well. We're not doing a 24-hour stream. Not today. Because I physically couldn't even do it. Because at 2:30 tomorrow I've got blood tests, so couldn't do a 24. When's next stream? Might be tomorrow, might not be. If it's not tomorrow, probably Saturday. Because, again, doctors, and I don't know how I'll be feeling after. Because we've got to go back to our old doctor's surgery as well, so it's like an hour drive. We're not set up at the new one yet, and I've got to have blood tests in order to be able to have some of the medication that I need to be given to me again. So yeah, it's kind of lame. Yeah, basically K-Flow. Because that's the thing with some of the stuff that I have going on. If I haven't slept... I mean, I had night terrors last night. I didn't really sleep very well. But I'd had some sleep the previous day. So, for me, I had a little bit of, like, energy reserves. So it's always... it depends on, like, if I've slept, how I'm feeling, if I'm feeling ill. You know, whatever such stuff and things is going on. Was this a small one? It looks like a 3. It was a 3. Good. Good, good. I feel like we've definitely got a better system going now. Everything feels good. We're doing good. Doing good. Does my PC get loud when I run Call of the Wild? Because you have a 2060 GPU NVIDIA and it's really loud. My old one used to be. This one is not. It's quite quiet. And, I mean, it doesn't even really get hot, this one. But this one is so much higher quality, like, than my old laptop. You can feel it. It feels different. I don't know if that makes any sense, but... like, if I touch it, it's not even really lukewarm. It just feels like it always does. It's not hot. Which, my old PC would be hot. Just, you know, running Call of the Wild, let alone streaming or anything like that. Couldn't stream, but, you know, if I had done anything else, it was barely able to survive. So, yeah, this one's alright, but I know that that can be a struggle. My old laptop used to sound like it was going to take off into the atmosphere. I think quite a few people have that with Call of the Wild, though. It's quite a resource-intensive game, from what I know. And I am not a tech person. Like, if you've got tech questions, I'm really not the best person to ask. I go off the advice of the very kind people that help me. I basically ask other people, I'm like, yo, help, fix this with me, help. I don't know what I'm doing, and then we work it out. My old laptop was a fire hazard, you're not wrong. The heat that thing gave off was ridiculous. I honestly would not have been surprised if at times I was hitting 50 degrees in my old room during the summer. I was ill from how hot it would get in there. And that was with, like, multiple fans and laptop fan. It was insane. That house was not pleasant to be in general. But I have to go. Take care, Justin. Have a good day or evening. Whatever time it is for you. Have a good one. Take care. And thank you for being in stream. Where are all the deer? You start acting weird now, you're really gonna make me think the great one's gonna pop. And that's really not healthy. Because I shouldn't be going, one more run. You always cap your FPS on Call of the Wild, otherwise it'll run your PC hot. I do it, with VSync just to stop screen tearing. I always have screen tearing issues. Doesn't seem to matter, like, what I do. I always seem to have screen tear issues. So I just VSync cap at 60. Doesn't, like... You can't see more than 60 FPS anyway. I don't see the point in all these things that are, like, 140 FPS. It's like... Can you, like, improve something else? If my eyes can't see it, I'm really not fussed. You know? If you have questions about animals and skulls, is your person. Anything about technology, go ask Google, basically. If you need me to identify a skull, I got you. If you need me to talk about some kind of animal, I've probably got you. I am not an expert at replacing tyres on a 2007 Toyota Corolla. I know some stuff about cars because my dad is into cars and always has been. So I've picked up knowledge from the programs that he watches and stuff because I can't help but absorb information like a big old sponge. Yeah, I can't help but learn a little bit, and also, like, just talking to him is normally about cars. So I know some stuff, but I don't know a lot. Not an expert in anything car related. And I also can't drive, which is good, because I do not want to drive, because I feel like I would be a menace on the roads, not intentionally, but if I had a panic attack, which I would, something would cause me to have a panic attack, because it's me. I would just forget everything, I think, and then I would be dangerous to other people, and that's my worry. Well, if you're an animal, I don't know a clever word. Ruin a very cute animal for the 22 people here. Ruin a cute animal. I can ruin koalas. Did you know that a lot of koalas have chlamydia? In fact, they just developed a vaccine specifically to try and save koalas from chlamydia. Bet you didn't know that. Most people don't know that, and then they're like, what? And again, I'm not a really big koala fan either. I guess I'm not, like, a fan of most of the animals that people generically find cute. You knew it? You know, Blue, somehow I'm not surprised you knew. But you did not know they invented a vaccine? Yeah, I seen it earlier today. They literally are currently working on a vaccine to save koalas from chlamydia. I think it's the first vaccine that's, like, been this far. So, hopefully it works. Because, gosh, like, horrible for the poor koalas out there. It's just bizarre, like, you don't think of, I guess, animals having diseases like that. Because I know most people are really, really shocked when they hear, wait, a koala has that? Yeah. I mean, it's really, really common. For some reason. What other cute animals? Like, generally cute. I'm trying to think, like... Because, again, what I find cute does not seem to be what everyone else finds cute. So... trying to be like, what's a cute thing? I mean... There's many species of animals that are, infanticidal, so they eat their babies. Lots of animals. Lions. If a new male lion takes over a pride, he often eats the cubs. Hyena females give birth through... Right. I'm gonna have to sort of censor this, otherwise YouTube's gonna get mad, probably. Let's say that female hyenas have a reproductive system that is very similar to a male's, and they have to give birth through that. Which, if you're a male, I'm sure you can imagine right now how awful that would be. Like, as if birth wasn't horrific enough. And there's, you know, a really, really high fatality rate for that. Because, you know, it quite literally explodes with birth. It's horrific. And again, I'm like, why, nature? That's so messed up. Why would you do that? Evolution, why? Just, like, have a sit-down conversation and be like, evolution? Why? Mel, your dad watches a lot of Top Gear, doesn't he? Used to, yeah. I have watched so much Top Gear. Oh, do you know, sometimes I even still go back and watch the old Top Gear road trips. Like, when they would go to other countries, like, the long specials. God, I found some of them so funny. I remember there was one, I think it was, like a caravan special. They were, like, doing holiday... It was some sort of, like, going on holiday vehicles. And they were only allowed to eat what they could find at the side of the road. And then Jeremy comes driving in with a cow on the roof. And he said it technically counted as roadkill because he found it dead by the side of the road. And the farmer said he could have it. And I remember, that probably says a lot about me, that cracked me up. Absolutely, like, just the image of him driving in this fairly small car with a full cow on the roof. It was such an image, like, of just absurdity. I'm sure somebody in here knows that episode, because it was a really iconic Top Gear moment. Oh, yeah, I watched a lot of Top Gear. I actually found it quite entertaining, because they did the thing about presenting information in a way that was entertaining. And that's the thing, right? It's all good being able to present information, but you need to be able to do it in a way that someone's going to remember And if you can make it funny, then people remember it, right? I know a lot of teachers use that tactic. What's my graphics settings? At the minute, I think it's a default, but just with motion blur. Yeah, so it's a default one. It's high, I think, with VSync on and motion blur off. I'll just go through it really quick so you can, like, screenshot it or whatever if you need to. We'll do one more run. I don't care what I said, we'll do one more run. I lied, we'll do one more run. That big male had me questioning. And anyone who's watched it before was not surprised. Exactly, K-Flow. It was like, oh, that's just a Jeremy thing. And then Hammond saying that he didn't want beef. Those were some good days. I kind of miss the days of watching, like, Top Gear and then Primeval. It was normally me and my dad would be watching stuff. So he would be forced to watch Primeval, and then he would get... You know, like, when you get into something because you've been forced to watch it. So I feel like that was my dad with Primeval, and then me with Top Gear. See? Lots of big males. One more run. 3 runs ago. I mean, it's only been 1 run. Lol, 1 more run. I'm sorry. Listen, if we didn't have that massive level 5, I wouldn't have done it. But, like, now we've got a really big 4. I feel like something's brewing. Not that I know what I'm going to do if I actually do spawn one. Cry. Hyperventilate. All of the things. Out of everyone that's in chat right now, Kyla's the only one that's ever heard a Great One reaction from me. Kyla's witnessed it a couple times. Hi G! You're back. You hope stream isn't going to end now. Well, I was going to finish, like, literally the last run was going to be the run I just did. And then we had, like, a really big level 5, and now I'm like, Imagine I stop streaming and get a Great One tomorrow or Saturday. I refuse to grind off stream until we get a Great One. Like, a Great One. There will be probably times in the future where I grind off stream. But, if I'm, like, you know, if I'm not feeling well or something. But because everyone has asked, can we have a live reaction for this? Like, that was the #1 thing, I think, from the first stream was, please, live Great One reaction. So, yeah. Just currently, I refuse to grind off stream. Just in case. Lol, you'd love to see what people do when they hear how you react. I'm sorry. I haven't broken glass before. It depends on how it shows up. I think the first Great One that Kyla was there for when I shot was my second Great One Black Bear. And I remember it was me, Kyla and Flinter chilling in a call. I was shooting black bears, but I was having a really bad time with them. And I said something to the effect of, I guess it can't be impossible to have a Great One spawn even though it's like this, because I'm getting diamonds, like, spawning all the time. And then I had this zone where I had to crawl into the tripod, and then once I was in the tripod, the bears would, like, go alert immediately because it was so close. And so I had to, like, really quickly shoot. And I pull the 300 out, shoot the first bear, drag the crosshairs over to the next bear, and I saw the spots just before I pulled the trigger. Literally, I was I had my finger on the trigger ready to shoot. And then I quickly took it off and went, oh my god, no way, great one black bear. Start losing my mind down the mic because it was like, I don't know, 15 meters away from me, and that was how I spotted it for the first time. Not like, you know, 100 meters, 200 meters away. No, it was in my face, and I nearly shot it without realising. And I remember saying to both Flinter and Kyler in the call, I was like, can you imagine? Because, like, I had started being, like, doing content at this point. I was like, can you imagine if I had shot this great one bear and I had no footage or anything of it? Everyone would think I cheated because I had talked about doing the grind and stuff. So everyone, I think, would have just assumed that I had hacked this bear in, and that's why there was no footage of it. And so I was like, I'm so lucky that I realised just in time. Do you mind? Gosh. Ow! No, stop. Unhand me. Ow! There's so many of you. Nah, you don't get to get away. That's a crime. Where are you gonna go? That way. No, don't change direction, that's rude. And now I can't see you. Wow, lone survivor. Oh, that was chaos. You like to imagine it's somewhere between a turtle and a bobcat? Basically, I guess. Like I said, it depends on how I spot it. My great one pheasant, first one, was like 200 meters away. Was in a call with my BF. And I just squealed and he kind of wondered what was wrong with me because he didn't know what I was doing. So he had no context as to why I just squealed. I just squealed, and he was like, "You okay?" Yeah, I've had various reactions. Like I said, the tar, I genuinely nearly threw up because I felt so much pressure. The fox, I just sat there in, like, disbelief. Same as my first great one. My first ever great one, I just sort of went, oh my god. Just was like, it's there. That's a great one whitetail. So, yeah, it really depends on how we spot it. Just one more run, 100 times 8. Are we there yet? I hope so. I hope we don't have to do 100 more. You'll lose your mind if you see a great one bear. I hope you get it soon. I'm crossing my fingers for you. I think I would have loved being in call with you when you got your first moose. I lost my mind, dude. It was one run. I just had that feeling. Again. That little voice in the back of my head went, hey, you should grind moose today. You should do it. One frickin' run. And he was there, and it was the rarest, like, moose rack possible. And I was like, Your wife hates when they do that to you. She covers her eyes. You'd love to be in a cool great one or not? Gee, we're gonna do it. We'll set it up. I'm getting more back to my normal routine of being a night owl. So, have I got the pheasant dialogue? It's funny, but literally your favourite voice line in the entire game? I haven't, because I always have it, I've had it switched off for every pheasant I've had so far. Maybe if I go for another one, I'll have to intentionally, like, keep the dialogue on. Tar was a big deal. It was. Top 3 favourite maps on Classic: Timber Gold, Red Feather, White Heart. I like them all, but I like my deer. taking this great one with the 45 revolver out. I don't know what I'm taking it with. Like I said, it will probably depend on the combo. If it's a, you know, dream combo versus like a repeat. I've always said I'm more willing to risk repeat combos. So, I don't know. Could be a bow, could be a crossbow, could be a rifle, could be a handgun, could be a new gun, could be an old gun. Probably a new gun, but, you know. But yeah, the tar was crazy. Again, it was coming up over a ridge and it was there. I suppose some of my craziest reactions have been when it's just suddenly in my face. Because there's something so different about, like, okay, spotting a great one up there and being like, oh my god, there's a great one, versus, like, it being there. I mean, like, there's a great one stood there. Oh. Like, very, very different, I think. Especially, like, with the tar, with it being, like, it was as tough as it was, and no one kind of really knew what we were doing. That's what she said, aha. Kyla. That's what she said for real. Oh. It's different, though. You know what I mean? There's something about, like, something like that just suddenly appearing. Like, and it just being right next to you. It's funny. Do a 360 with a revolver? No. I almost, I can tell you guys this now, like, behind the scenes. Why there's muleys up there, I don't know, and I don't like it. Almost tried the 360 thing with a... No, not 360, sorry. A, hip shot with a recurve on Great One Moose. I took a number of huge diamond moose with recurve hip shots, and I got really quite good at being able to hit the vitals, and I thought about doing it, and then the Great One Moose I was grinding for spawned. I was like, I want to, but I'm so scared of messing it up, and if I mess it up, I'll feel so bad. Oh my god, gee. I mean, not wrong. Like, that is a fact. That is an actual, true, verified fact. I detect no lie. My phone is being pinged multiple times, and I am, like, why this? Why is occurring? Goodness. Loved your tar, went back after the Red Fox and picked up Fable Gold track. Oh, yeah. And the Fable Gold is so pretty. It's so unique. Like I said, I've got a big soft spot for that fur type anyway, because I kind of predicted it by accident. And it was the first one that they revealed after I predicted it, so it had that special place in my heart, and then it ended up being the first one I got, so. How's your quality so good on OBS? I have no idea. Which quality? You'd be in public with your phone, get a notification and blow out. Who's messaging me? I was just watching, I looked over to my phone because it lit up and there's just, like, a number of Discord pings and I'm like, ooh, has something happened? Why is one of you not a great one? Like, why is this? Disappointment. Disappointment. So many big level 4s though, like... God, this gun sounds good. Getting to fully appreciate the sounds. That crack. That's gonna get taken out of context, isn't it? I just realised what I said. Oh. But it sounds good though. How do I make my thumbnails? I use Photoshop. And screenshots of the game. Maybe the great one is the graves we made all along the way? Maybe. Hi, last of you. How's it going? How's it going? Welcome into the stream today. It's going pretty well. We've had a number of 5s. We had a level 4 that would have made it, but, you know, it got the 300 treatment. Not, like, unintentionally. If I'd known, for sure it was going to be a diamond, I probably would have shot it with the right weapon, but it wasn't, really even close to guaranteed, so we've had a lot of really big males. I was going to make the last run, and then we had another gigantic 5, and I was like, I just want to do another run. And then we're just getting, like, a lot more really big ones today. And it makes me want to keep going, but I can't keep going forever, because it's already, for me, now 1:12 in the morning. And I do have other things I've got to do tonight. I do have other things that I've promised I will do. So, probably last run, unless something pops up. Probably. I know I'm gonna say it, and then, like, a max weight, max score male will have spawned. I should stream for 2 more hours. The big males have time to become big males. Yeah, I've got to let them grow, right? That's how it works, right, G? She won't be able to sleep, is what she's saying, chat. Wait, it's getting heated then while... Yeah, I do that too. I've been shooting all the... Yeah, basically, I'm getting so many diamonds. It's not like it's a problem that one may have got a little bit balked. A streamer saying something that might get taken out of context. That's never happened before. Never. Never, ever, ever. It's not even that I wouldn't be able to sleep, K-Flow, because I'm sleeping during the day now. But tomorrow, I'm going to have to... I guess I'll need to be in bed by, like, 5, because I want to be up by 10-ish, so that I can have something to eat, a shower, all of the things, before going to the doctors, because I need to drink as well, otherwise they just won't get blood, like they did last time. I get sent home with a try again in a few weeks, and that's not fun. I prefer to just get it over with. Of course that's how it works. You'd never lie to me. I see what you've written. Oh. I love that story, G. You have some amazing stories, I swear. Too good, too good, too good. Nineport's being feisty again, I'm sorry. 5-second timeout. Oh, it's so good though, having a controller that works. It means we will be able to do DVD. Like, actually properly do DVD, not here's 2-3 games of pain. I was having a really good time earlier. we had a couple of killers that were like lame, that say that. One was a like camp in the hooks, so every time you'd unhook them, you just end up back on hook. And then you had one killer that was trying to slug everyone, which, if you don't play DBD, basically just means hit everyone down without giving them a chance to actually play. It's a really lame quote-unquote strategy that some people use. And it just basically means that people don't get to play the game, and it's just really, really lame of people when they do it. But we actually had a few really good matches. And I managed to get the achievements for Adept for both of the new survivors from The Walking Dead. So, 2 more achievements for the achievement collection. So I think now all I've got left to get achievements from that I haven't gotten because of like not having the PC at the time, it should just be getting Adept Springtrap Killer, I believe, and then like their specific achievements. But they don't look too hard, the achievements that they added. There was like, I think it was hitting survivors while they were oblivious and stuff like that, so it should be fairly easy in the right game with the right perks. You only imagine what stories he has that he can't tell on stream. Bro, the ones that he can't tell on stream must be like government level restricted, based off of the ones that he does tell on stream. The ones G isn't telling on stream, they're behind lock and key. Oh, they're protected. That's what I think. Oh, those hunt streams and listening to Storytime with G, always fun. Always fun. Do you know what? I'm gonna need like a set of commands for like other people that stream to do their links. Like I need one for my BF, G, so that when we're talking about this, I can link them in the chat and do the commands and be all fancy like that. Promote the peeps. Because they deserve it. We're not going to bother with the 2 small lakes on the, like, the far, what side is that? Left. I can't be the only one who does that, so I'm not even going to pretend I'm embarrassed. I always get left and right mixed up. Apparently that's really common with people that have, like, the things wrong, well, not wrong with them, but the conditions that I have. I know you're here late, but you finally got to settle in for the day after work. How's it going? Hi, K-Mac. Good to see you. I hope you have had not too taxing a day at work, and I'm glad that you're finally able to settle down and relax. We have been having a pretty good stream. Like, we've had a lot of big males. We were gonna end after the last run, and now I've said I'll end after this run, which makes me feel bad, like, that you've just got here and now I was gonna end after this run that we're on. But it is like 1:20 in the morning, and you know, I'm a night owl, but like this is the equivalent of my day. I have other things that I must do. And then I must get a few hours sleep ready for tomorrow, because I've got doctors. Promote them so they can become Mel famous. Oh my god. The fact that that's been picked up by everybody is Crazy. You like to call it being directionally challenged. Yeah, it's a stable in the autistic wheel of wires crossed. Yeah, that's it. Yeah. It's that for me and numbers. I just can't with numbers. I was struggling today, like with recording. When I was at school, they thought I had dyscalculus because of the way I get numbers mixed up. I basically do what people with dyslexia do, but with numbers. So, like, for example, I think I was trying to say that an elk scored, I don't know, it was something 57, but I kept saying it something 75 because I was, like, getting the numbers the wrong way around, and I kept doing it, and it's really, really frustrating, but I also just can't, like, process numbers. I get really, really confused. The Mel lore is real. There's a lot of Mel lore. I've done a lot of things in my life. Had a lot of experiences. Crazy experiences. That's called dyspraxia? I was told it was called dyscalculus. I don't know. I can't number is hard. It's number dyslexia. Huh. Maybe I have both then, I don't know. I also can't do, like big, what's the word I'm looking for? I can do digital clocks, not analog clocks. I love how analog clocks look though. Like, I love a big old grandfather clock and stuff. I love the mechanisms and stuff. But I can't get it in my head. I just like, and I know it might make me sound, I don't know, dumb to some people. But there's just something in my brain that blocks it. It's really frustrating. And I used to really struggle with it in, like, maths class and stuff. Somehow I managed to actually pass and get my GCSE in math. But I used to go up to the teacher and be like, look, I know you've assigned me this homework, and I have tried, because a lot of it was online, but I can't understand it. I am trying. Like, I'd sit and watch videos of people trying to explain, and then I'd try, and every time I would end up with the wrong answer. To the point where, this is how bad I am at maths. And again, it's not for lack of trying. Not for lack of trying. I had a maths test once. And it was 2 mock exam papers. They were worth 50 points each. It was like, you know, it was basically like 50 questions in each one. We had a long time to complete it. I want to say we had several lessons to complete them. It was basically just to test our brains and see how much we had, like, taken in from the year to get us ready for exams. I thought I'd done pretty well. I'm pretty sure I answered every single question. It came to the day we got handed our papers back, and everyone got handed theirs. She comes over, my maths teacher, she hands me mine, and I had 1 out of 100. 1. And the one question that had a point had a question mark next to it. And she looked at me and she said, yeah, I wasn't sure because of how you wrote this, if you meant this number to be, I want to say it was like to the power of or something. And because I panicked, because I found teachers scary. I'm just a very small, shy person. I didn't like being put on the spot. And everybody's looking at me. So I gave the wrong answer and she took the point away. So I got 0 out of 100. And that's like, when I'm telling people that I suck at maths, that's the example I give. Hi Michael, how are you? Welcome in, welcome in. I guess I made up for having really, really poor math skills by having, like, really, I'd say quite good English skills. I did, like, A-level Shakespeare for my GCSEs. Like, I was able to do that quite easily and understand anything English was quite easy for me. But if it had numbers in it, nah, can't do it. I just can't process it. So, I guess that's just like one of my little things. I can't do numbers. We're gonna shoot the one big one that's here, and then we are going to go and check a specific zone, and then if there's nothing there, we'll wrap up. Or if there is something there, we'll shoot it and then we'll wrap up. Because, like I said, I do gotta do some things. This button on the back of my controller makes me jump. People say English is the toughest language, but for you it's the easiest. Okay. God, you could tell some stories that questions how you're here. Oh dear. You're glad your job only requires basic math, and you're glad your wife is good at advanced math, because I'd be doomed. Yeah. I just can't do it. It's not, like I said, it's not for lack of trying. I tried really, really hard. And, like, I never had detention at school. Never. Because I was that, like, focused on making sure I was doing all the work, doing all the homework and stuff. And I remember getting really upset and frustrated because I couldn't complete the various math homework being assigned to me. And my poor maths teacher being like, you're okay. I can see that you're trying. Because there was a limit on how many times you were allowed to log on to this particular website that we had to answer our homework on. I don't know, it was some school system, don't ask me how it worked. But there was like a limited amount of tries you could have, I guess to stop people from, I don't know, looking it up, I don't know what their logic was for putting a limit on it. But there was, and I kept maxing out the limit, and I was scared that he was going to think that I was just putting in nonsense. And he was like, no, I can see, I can see what's happening. Like, I can see that you've been on this, like, 30 times. And you've tried, like, 16 different ways of doing this. And I was like, oh. And he was like, just try it once. And if you can't get it, it's alright. I know you've tried. It's not like you're slacking off. And I was like, okay, thank you. You failed your maths GCSE 9 times, Graves? Gosh. You should be able to customise what the buttons do. I probably can. I need to play with it. It's different. It's new buttons. Never had buttons there before on a controller. Now there's buttons here. I wonder if it's like a newer version of the Xbox controller, and that's why these buttons are here on the back. You speak English, so you're great at it. Sometimes we aren't all meant to be rocket science. I wish schools would understand that. Yeah, exactly. I've seen it on like posters and stuff, like the next great athlete might not be the best at maths, or the next great mathematician might not be great at physical sports. Like, you can't judge a student on, okay, they're failing one grade, but it's something they really struggle with when they're doing so much better in, like, a subject or multiple subjects. So, I always think that's important. And I think there's a quote, I can't remember who it's by, but I think it's this. I'm not sure if it's exactly this, but I'll give it before we end, because this was the spot I wanted to check. That if you spend a fish's entire life judging it on its ability to climb a tree, it will spend its entire life thinking it's useless or rubbish. It's something along those lines. Oh! Well, before we finish, I guess we better shoot that. This is why I check the zone sometimes, because sometimes, for some reason, don't even know where they come from. We get decent deer here. Yeah, one person that sucks at math might be the one to be fluent in hieroglyphics. We're all a genius at something. Yeah, exactly. And we can't help how our brains are wired or our bodies. Like, every human being is different. And I always have said that schools are almost like factory farms, in a way, for kids. Because it's like, most teachers, unless you get really good teachers, and yeah, I understand teachers have a really hard time, do not get me wrong, but it's a factory farm to make grades and nothing else. They want every kid to have every subject in the highest grades possible, basically. And that, for the most part, that's all they care about. And I know that for a fact, because my mum used to do teaching as well. And she said, yeah, that's exactly it. Like, she would have, even disabled students that they were trying to force to do stuff that they couldn't do it. But they would get mad at them for not being able to do it. The stuff they could do, absolutely fine. Not a comment. But if they couldn't get the grades on the really, like, just the stuff they couldn't do, for whatever reason, that's all they cared about. Why aren't they getting good grades in that? So that's the way I've always said about school. It's not about teaching, it's, for the most part, it's about numbers on a piece of paper to make the school look good and get money. In my opinion. And that's where we're going to finish the stream. So, we've been going for quite a while, I think. I'm not even sure when I started. But, that's where we'll leave it for today. Like I said, probably here tomorrow? I don't know. We'll see how the doctors goes. Because, like I said, I don't know. It might be nice and simple. They might get it first time. Or I might come home full of, full of needle holes, and I might be a bit sore and feeling a bit unwell, depending on what happens. Regardless, I'll be recording for videos in the meantime. And if you haven't seen, there was a video that I posted today, so if you haven't seen that, and you want something else to watch after this, that's up with a load of new trophies. If you'd like to, please feel free to join the Discord and join in the conversation over there. Huge thank you to everyone that has been here in the stream, whether you've been here the whole time or for just a few seconds. It's all very, very appreciated. Thank you all so, so much for the support, the gifted subs, the donations, just everything. You are all amazing. And next stream, we'll probably be back here trying to get a Great One Muley still. I'm feeling a lot more positive about this grind now, so fingers crossed. Fingers crossed. And hopefully we can get that one missing diamond off ASCII multiplayer. So, fingers crossed. But thank you so much again, everyone. Have a fantastic day, night, evening. And I will catch you in the next stream, which will hopefully be tomorrow. But we will see. And, yeah. Just have a good one, everyone. Bye-bye.